Welcome to the May 11th Town of Paradise Town Council meetings. Would you please silence your cell phones, and like to call the meeting to order, and if you'd stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing while Councilman Boland does the invocation. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Lord, we thank you for this opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you for each one that's here. We pray your blessing on this town, and I pray you'll be with all those that are working so hard to bring our town back, keep them safe, be with our police, our fire, our road workers, everybody. Keep them safe, watch over them. I pray that tonight you give us the wisdom we need and the endurance we need to go through this, and I just pray that you're honored with all said and done. In your name we pray. Amen.
Okay. Dina, roll call.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Boland.
Here.
Councilmember Culleton.
Present.
Vice Mayor Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Tryon.
Here.
And Mayor Crowder.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, so due to the interest with Agenda Item 6A, the urgency ordinance relating to interim housing, accessory buildings, and unoccupied recreational vehicles inside the campfire area, if council concurs, I would like to move this item to the beginning of the agenda so that everyone has the opportunity to participate in the discussion. Everybody good with that?
That mean we eliminate the staff reports? I'm for it.
Ouch.
No,
Okay, so with that, let's move to item 6A, which is going to be presented by Susan Hartman and Katie Simmons.
Good evening, council. Oh, I would do this every time.
Could you take your mask off? It's on. You take your mask.
Okay. Better? Okay.
Maybe you take your mask off.
Oh, thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. So this agenda item is coming back to the council after a discussion between council and staff last month about some staff proposals for some recommended text changes to this ordinance in light of a deadline arriving in about 6 weeks. And that would affect about 350 temporary use permit holders who do not have building permits applied for or issued. And because of the unfortunate delay in some of the funding we thought would be available, staff started this conversation with council early on. And so tonight is the revised ordinance with those discussion points enumerated in the actual ordinance for review and discussion and possible adoption. So just some numbers before we head into the meat of the text. For the temporary use permits, since the beginning of this RV urgency ordinance, we've issued 621 temporary use permits. Of those, there are still 354 that will need to comply either with having a building permit issued or meet one of those alternative thresholds. And then just for statistical purposes, January, February, March, and April of this year, for the total, there's only been 30 temporary use permits applied for, so clearly the bulk of what we've been processing were in 2019 and 2020. And of what we're taking in right now, there's an average of about 37% of those who are being also concurrently issued their rebuild permits. So that's up a little bit from the first couple years where we were hovering at about 25%. So there's 4 main points in the ordinance that staff is making recommendations for text amendments. The first is to remove all the language about dry camping because that expired back in 2019. The second would be to remove those alternative thresholds that are now listed as due June 30th. That's primarily because the funding sources that our understanding would be available at the beginning of 2021 have barely just materialized, if at all, at this point. The third point would be to add language in there showing that staff will send out a notice, just like we did last November when we did major code changes, to all of the temporary use permit holders who have not been issued a rebuild permit, to let them know about that December 31st expiration and what they need to do to remain in their RVs after that point. And that would be right now, having the building permit issued. And then the fourth would be to stop issuing temporary use permits through the urgency ordinance. Issue them through the temporary use regulations in the zoning ordinance. This is something we did last July, right before the original December 2020 deadline, because we wanted to start that last 6-month transition into the regular zoning ordinance. So we weren't continuing to issue under the urgency ordinance for sites that were not ready to rebuild yet. When we decided to move it forward a little bit, we removed that language. So this will be putting that back in again as we start to transition back down to a deadline. So those are the main 4 changes that you'll see in the ordinance. I'm happy to answer any questions that council has about it.
Do you believe?
Whoops, sorry.
Go ahead. Okay.
Do you, when a building permit is applied for, what is the average time that it's taking to actually issue the permit?
It could be anywhere from 3 to 5 weeks for all of the divisions to sign off. Building plan check is the fastest part of it, but it still needs to route through the other divisions. So on average, 3 to 5 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
So staff believes that there are people out there of these 300 that don't know what the ordinance says and what they're supposed to do?
No, it's not that they don't know, because we certainly, we've noticed our business and housing department has been calling people on the list. We forwarded our list to the state, who also was contacting those permit holders to garner interest in the state loan. Business and housing is once again trying to reach out to each of these owners to get them just fully aware of all the housing programs that are out there and about what these timeframes are. So no, I don't believe that all 354 don't know about it.
So you're saying there's other things you want to present to them that hasn't been presented before?
A lot of the feedback we get, it's just about the finances and the timing. Instead of incurring debt through a loan, their preference is to be able to pay through cash with the PG&E settlement. And while I realize that may not be the final solution for some of these, or, maybe most of them, I don't know, but they're uneasy making that decision, not knowing what that payout's going to be. That's a lot of the feedback we got during the first set of calls.
Thank you.
Is there anything new about the housing programs from last month? Because it seemed pretty obvious to me from what the federal representative said, none of the federal money for housing programs is going to be available by December 31st. Has that changed?
Not that I know of. The only update that I hope I quote this right, that I received was that when the state started reaching out to those permit holders on our list, that they did garner interest from 64 of those residents to start the interest application for that state money. I don't know if that will lead to anything, and you're right. It did not sound like they were confident that they could release the funds by the end of the year.
It was more than that. They said no.
Right.
Pretty much no. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So when you guys presented this and we discussed this,
Yes, sir.
it was about, we talked about the fact that the funds may not be available, but one of the caveats that we did discuss was if people applied, if they made application for the funding, that would qualify them to be in their thing.
You're right. If they, by June 30th, you're right.
And one of the things I want to point out early on in this endeavor this evening, if we pass this tonight with a minimum of 4 votes, to extend it to December as you guys are proposing it, and the caveat is if I'm on my land and I don't have my funding yet and all that other stuff, that in order for me to stay on January 1st, I must have a building permit issued, which I know from my own experience is expensive, in the few thousands of dollars to even apply for a building permit with all of the surveys and the plans and all that stuff. So the way this language is written, and the existing language is if you have a few different things, then you're okay.
You're okay from July 1st to December 31st, but after that, even on the
I
current
understand,
version?
I understand.
Okay.
You're okay, though, if you've applied for a permit, if you've signed up for a government funding program, if you've ordered a motor
Yeah,
home.
till the end of the year,
modular
yes.
home, which are, I'm being told are 18 months and more out, but
Mm-hmm.
be that. But that's my concern is if we pass it the way it's being presented,
Mm-hmm.
or extend it the way it's being presented, we're really tying your hands as staff, because there's no variation there. There's no opportunity to listen to somebody and know there may be any extenuating circumstances, none whatsoever. If you don't have that permit issued, move. And so as we get further into it, I would suggest that we give you, the staff, some availability, because you're going to have situations. You're going to have somebody that may be right on the doorstep of getting the funding and everything on December 28th during the holidays when everything's shut down. You know, what if you get 300 building permit applications in the month of November? Because people are scared. You won't get them out in 4 to 5 weeks. You simply won't. So I just would like to see as we go along, I hope my colleagues
Okay.
will understand what I'm trying to get at, is that I want to give the staff more ability to deal with the citizens on a one-on-one basis, you know, rather than being so strict. Because if we pass it this way, that's law, and you have no wiggle room.
Right.
And we're here, us, the council, and you, the staff, to serve these citizens, period. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion? Dina, cards? Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
That's wonderful.
Thanks, Susan.
Our first card is from Lori Noble.
Good evening, council. Is it okay to take that, Scott?
Yes.
Good, finally. It's very nice to be here. It
To
was,
the microphone,
oh,
though,
pardon me, I'm sorry.
Thank
Forgot the protocol.
then the people at home can hear you.
Yes. Also had forgotten about how nice it is to pledge allegiance, things we haven't done for months. I appreciate hearing some consideration to some wavering from a very solid ordinance that is going to be, hold people very closely to what they're doing. As you know, Noble Orchards, I won't go over history and so on. We were in a fifth wheel in Oroville for 6.5 months and then spent 16 months in a trailer on the property before the house was ready. With trees surviving and so on, we had a lot of buildings go down, and within 20 days, we had a written quote for a cold storage. Don't have one yet. We know how long it's been since the fire. Other folks are not able to rebuild within the time frame. We totally understand that. We were very fortunate to get a house built. It's not by choice, but by circumstance that houses are not up and people are living in RVs. And I'm afraid, given the news from today that's really kind of focusing on where the country's headed with supplies, with lumber, with raw materials for houses and so on, labor, there may be some waves to jump over that we haven't even foreseen yet. I'd really encourage you to look for a conciliatory approach or solution to this issue. It's by circumstance that you're here to make decisions about others' lives. By choice, you will find a way to accommodate property owners to reside as they need to live on their properties. I think it's a very important piece Your trigger may be when the Fire Victims Trust settles. It's not going to settle for everybody at one time. It could be day after tomorrow. It could be 6, 8, 10 months. What's happened to the cost of a house? We were told that raw materials for our 2-bedroom house raw materials for lumber, would have been $50,000 more had we waited. I didn't ask any more questions. When the Fire Victims Trust settlements finally do come, consider from that date forward, and it's going to be individual for people, if that is the reason that people are holding off for construction. This is not a house that burned down. This was almost total destruction, and I think individual consideration needs to be a piece of it. And I understand the frustration. We've all been through it with trailers everywhere and lots of garbage and so on. But please give some consideration to the property owners. Thank you.
Just a reminder that everyone has 3 minutes to address council. Our next card is from Lorraine Dector.
Thank you. I'm a little bit confused about the removing of the exemptions because it sounds like they wouldn't be removed till December, but I thought part of it was removing them. So I was a little confused about that, but it seems like removing exemptions even after the December date is the opposite of the flexibility and compassion that this body needs to show towards people. Sometimes, I just want to be really honest here, sometimes there's a sense from some of the council that there's disdain towards people because they're in trailers, because there's a porta potty, because there's a shade structure, because there's something that is, it just doesn't look good. And we got to get beyond that. I really believe we have to support the pioneers of the future paradise. There are not that many of them, and they're here, and they're trying to stay here and build this community. So I just ask you to treat them gently, because I know when you're facing December and you know you're going to get kicked out if you don't get these 15 things that you've been tackling on your list done, because every possible thing goes wrong. I mean, it's just the way it is. Through no fault of our own, through pandemic, through lumber costs, through no PG&E money, through whatever it is, through a septic issue, through anything. It's just one thing after another after another. And I know, because I'm diligently going through my list and I'm getting close, but I still get like big major setbacks, 2 of them this week. It's just the nature of it. So I would like you to be flexible with people about your rules. You know, you guys wouldn't do Title 25. I'm proud of you for doing some partnering with UC Davis. So there's some experimentation maybe in some other materials, and I'm excited about that. We need to nurture each other and not feel like the town is a source of really bad stress that could affect us mentally and physically for, being penalized or victimized or terrorized. And I hate using those words, but seriously, that's how it feels when you don't know if you're going to be able to keep your family moving forward like you've been trying to do for all these months. So I just appeal to you to be compassionate, and I really loved Woody's idea. Allow your staff to be compassionate, because they are, but they have been asking and are asking for your guidance. So that compassion, I wish you'd pass it on to your staff and say, we sanction this, we want you to be compassionate towards the people. Thank you.
Our next card is from Ward Habriel.
Thank you. Good evening, Council, Mr. Mayor and Manager Phillips. Nice to be back. By the way, this is the latest shirt. It's a heather color, so we're into different things there. Missed some of you at the last work party, by the way. Here's my issue about this. We've had a history in this town of enforcement problems that go back many, many years. And having a firm black and white statement that says this happens this way becomes very, very difficult for people to accept if there isn't going to be some kind of enforcement. Just as a reminder, it took 11 years to get rid of the pink monstrosity leaving town. Mr. Boland, how long did it take to get rid of the neighbors on the other side of your fence that did their potty business in a bucket and put it on your side? That stuff just shouldn't happen. Egg Roll Express was closed for 4 years before we finally got the building demolished. It was a health department failure with dead rodents inside and mold everywhere. And the property opposite of Stratton's Market was a horrendous eyesore for years and years and years. So we do something like this, and the people would hope, oh, that ugly lot with those 3 dilapidated trailers and those broken down sections of fence are going to be gone pretty quick. Really? Can you tell us that? We would like our town to look better. And an empty lot with a very attractive RV that isn't traveling right now because it's where they live ought to be able to stay. But the guy that's got one that's not even roadworthy, the wheels are off of it, he doesn't have a vehicle to pull it with, even if it was, that's got to go. So I think whatever your ordinance says to help us, the people, think that our town is getting better, we need to know what the enforcement is going to be. And I don't see that in these kinds of resolutions. Thank you for your time.
The next card is from Randy Beemeyer.
Good evening. Yeah, I was here last meeting, if you don't mind for doing that. Paradise is not really an easy place to live anymore. It used to be. So you should be doing whatever you can to keep people here instead of throwing them out. What kind of legacy you want to leave for your council by letting people who are trying to rebuild be thrown off their own property? Just like, so you kicking the can? We're kicking the can down the road? Well, I've done everything I need to do. I got the survey done. I got our septic tank checked. I've got electricity, I got septic, I got water. The only thing I need is a building permit. And, you know, you said, oh, well, it's going to take years for the money to come from PG&E. Well, I just got a call today. My settlement is coming this week. So, and I have to approve it or not. But I don't know if I want to live here. If you're going to throw old people off their own property, if they're doing everything that's right, you know, if they're not having raw sewage out of their RV and they're not bothering their neighbors, who are they bothering? Are they bothering you? Because they're not bothering me. If I'm driving, I've seen what happened. If somebody's going to live in an RV, you know, believe me, we do not like to live in an RV. I hate it. I want that house. You know, but it's going to take time, you know, with the COVID and the lumber prices. Now gas prices are going up. I'm not, no matter what you guys decide, I'm not leaving my property. You guys can forcibly remove me if you have to. But I'm not leaving for thieves to come and steal everything that I've gotten back after the fire. I'm not leaving. I got my video cameras there right now. I can watch my property. I got a fence up. Nobody's complaining about me. I've never even gotten a letter from anybody or anybody ever came by and talked to me. They don't ask me what I need. So who are they talking to? And they're not talking to me or my wife. I just think you guys should have consideration for people who are trying to do whatever they can. They don't want to be homeless. They want to live in the Comanche Creek down there in Chico. You know, being on our property is giving us some comfort. You ever live in an RV, a trailer park? It's not fun. It's not fun. There's no privacy. You can only have 2 cars, and we have 3 cars. You know, and it costs $700 a month. That's $700 a month I'm saving, I'm putting toward the property. I'm building new concrete stairs to my upper garden. I put new fruit trees in. The building permit's coming, but, you know, we can't move as fast as a lot of people are asking us to. You know, just give us some consideration, give us some more time. If somebody needs help, see what they need. I don't believe in dry camping. I don't believe in raw sewage going on the ground. We don't have any of that. You know, as far as I know, you know, we're doing our best to move forward. Thank you.
The next card is from Vicki Smith.
Good afternoon, or evening. I don't live in an RV.
Can you speak into the
okay.
microphone, please?
Even though I live in a house, I have no problems with the RVs, you know, the people living in the RVs. They don't want to be. We all lost everything. I lost 2 homes in the Camp Fire, and I was able to combine both insurance and buy a small house across the street. And otherwise, I'd be living in an RV on my lot. I met Joel Charney after the fire. I know she's living in an RV. She's constantly working on her lot. She's disabled. She's improving her lot, and it looks really nice. I look at the empty lots next to her, not so much, and there's nobody on them. She's actually improving her lot. I don't feel that the responsible residents living in RVs should be kicked off their properties after losing everything, none of which is their fault. And I hope you guys take consideration for the RVs people. They don't bother me at all. And I'd be there in one if I wasn't able to buy the small house across the street. Thank you.
The next card is from Joel Charney.
Am I supposed to keep the mask on?
You don't have to.
Okay. My throat was injured in the fire, so I'll do my best. I'm here representing a large number of Paradise residents who temporarily are living in RVs and some who live in houses. We support those in RVs remaining on their property until they receive the maximum amount of compensation owed them from PG&E through the Fire Victim Trust. Here are some prevalent myths that I personally have heard. People who live in RVs are slobs who do not take care of their properties, dump black tanks on their own land, have enough money to rebuild or will by the end of 2021, and are quote-unquote camping under the present circumstances. Here are the relevant facts. I owned a beautiful 2,800 square foot house that burned down when I was almost 65. When I'm in town, I work almost daily for hours to maintain my property. Water, electricity, and RWS service have been restored, and my RV is connected to my septic system. I'm in the process of applying for the $200,000 grant. There are multiple vacant lots, including some within view of my property, that are not properly maintained, present fire hazards, and eyesores. These are the situations that should be remedied. I do not enjoy being squeezed into a 32-foot RV. I'm thankful that I'm able to leave and return because it is a motorhome and I'm not there full-time. I was self-employed for 35 years at the time of the fire, and I hold a master's degree. Since then, I've accepted job assignments out of town and work remotely from within my RV. Like many, I was severely underinsured. Victims will receive a maximum of only 1/3 of our agreed-upon settlements in 2021, according to my information. 1/3 of most PG&E settlements will go to the fire attorneys. The remainder can not replace but a fraction of what we had before. I am too old, in my opinion, to incur new debt that would fall upon my son when I die. I wish to have another house built on my property, and it will be as beautiful and unique as my finances reasonably will allow. However, residents should not be forced, in my opinion, into making rash decisions about what usually is the most expensive thing they own, their houses, by being rushed to have building permits just to remain on their own land. I've been a property owner in this town for almost 50 years. That loyalty should not be rewarded by a meritless eviction from my own property. Lastly, I feel that the town of Paradise gives lip service to the 3 R's: rebuild, the resilient, ridge, but that it does not practice what it preaches. It treats those of us living in RVs on our properties as if we are vermin, lumping us together as undesirables. It needs to treat responsible owners of RVs with the respect that we deserve.
The next card is from Tony Freeman. Can you please come to the podium?
He said he declined.
Okay, thank you. Austin Chase.
Hi, Town of Paradise, Town Council. I grew up in Red Bluff and I currently live in Chico. I'm an associate clinical social worker who had the pleasure of working with many of the campfire survivors, diagnosing them with PTSD, and truly seeing the suffering that they lived and live to this day because of the campfire. The reason why I'm here today is because I have 34 clients right now who are campfire survivors who live in RVs or are up here, who have received threatening letters from the staff and the council saying, if you don't do this, we'll put liens on your property, we'll take your property, we'll do this. These are people that are working very hard. They went through trauma, they have PTSD. These are people that are not, should not, and cannot be treated the way they are. Forced to be evicted from their homes, from their properties, demeaned and degraded for the way that they are forced to live. This isn't something that any one of us would want to go through. Any of you guys. And you guys, all of you, are supposed to represent your constituents. And these people are your constituents here in Paradise. And unfortunately, this is the state that they're living in. And so I come up here as their therapist to represent them and to let you know the suffering that they're going through. And to let you guys know that we need to do something for them. And we need to have some compassion, some understanding. We need to find a way to work around these ordinances to help these people who are stuck in situations where they can't get building permits because there's a tree in the way of where the line's supposed to go, for example. And I know my time's going to run out. But what I'm really saying is these people are suffering, and they do not deserve to suffer anymore. And it is your guys' duty, as you guys are the elected representatives for the Town of Paradise, to do that for them. And I respect you guys for that. And I really hope that you guys follow through with what you guys said you were going to do when you guys took these positions. When you guys took the oath of office, you guys said, we are going to represent these people. And it was through a tragedy that you had to represent them now. But no matter what the case, I want you to, and I'm pleading with you guys, to work with these people. Thank you.
The next card is from Dean Manley.
Yes, nice to be here, and it was really nice hearing you people talking about the loss of companionship. These people have none. I live next to the mayor of Paradise, and there's been no companionship from him. I've been issued 3 citations, one $100 fine, another $200 fine, another $500 fine for materials that I'm using on my property. My lot has never had a lawn on it. To this day, it does have that. I am waiting for settlement money too. I did put down a payment on an RV, but my neighbor, I can't live next to him. I'm working on my property. I may come back to build. But there's no compassion. He tried to have me arrested last year, August 24th, there's police reports. The police came over to my house, and they said, Mr. Manley, you can walk up and down that street any day you want. There's so many other complaints that he put on me. He made my life a living hell, and that's your Paradise mayor. That's all I got to say. Stay strong.
The next card is from Diane Watts Awalt.
Good afternoon, Council. I've been really waiting for this opportunity to talk to you. My heart is full, but it's really, I feel sad. I'm very saddened. I, in my heart, cannot believe the ordinance that you guys are implying on this town. My father has lived in this town longer than all of you. And he will be cited if he does not get a building permit. I used to be proud of Paradise. I graduated here, and my brothers graduated here. It was a place that I always called home. It is not my home anymore. I plead with you, let these people stay till they can get their finances. These grants, I'm applying for them, but it's going to take time. He lives in his motorhome. He'd asked nothing of the town. He has cleared his lot. He has sewer, he has water, he has garbage, he has electricity. All he wants to do is live on his property. I have a letter here from my dad's neighbor, Scott Bettis. And if you want me to read it to you, or you guys want to read it? I guess I'll read it to you. Well, I guess I'll read on May 9th, the broadcast local news station had a segment regarding Wes Abel. At the time, excuse me, I'm just really upset right now. Let me move on. Wes has been my neighbor for 30 years. He has owned the adjacent lot next to me. For Wes has worked tirelessly to ensure space of his lot and adjoining properties where the owners either could or could not make their efforts to apply. As soon as practically possible after the campfire, Wes and his utilities septic was restored from the property, and we have worked together to restore the landscaping features. We encourage unanticipated delays in the construction related to the materials shortage, pandemic-related shortages. Last year's additional wildfires and local demand surge, it takes many of us longer to rebuild. I understand the need to the standard to ensure health and safety, but I think Wes and his family have met all these requirements. The family has been in the area for generations. I believe an extension of these should be allowed for someone as committed as improving the neighborhood and rebuilding our town. My dad, after the fire, drove up here just to sleep on his lot. So I want you to think about that when you're voting. Have some compassion.
The next card is from Larry Graham.
Yeah, I moved here from the Bay Area, sold my house, and after my son got killed in a car accident in 2015, I moved up here in 2016 to start anew. And I bought a house on Stearns Avenue. I gutted it. I dumped $70,000 into it, and then the fire hit. I didn't have insurance on my property because I was worried about my credit cards. I was throwing everything I had at my credit cards. I still had to pay off my credit cards after the fire. So it's now I'm living in an RV, in a motorhome. On my property, I have power and septic and water. And I'm just waiting for money to come from, I've signed up for the federal OOR program, the $200,000. I'm just waiting on money from that, or the fire, the trust fund. I mean, they seem like they're dragging their feet on giving out money. I just keep praying to God every day that something will come through one way or another. And this added pressure of having to move and no place to go, it's just like, it's making like PTSD really kick in inside me. It's like, I just wish y'all have a little compassion and think about the other guy, other person, because everybody's not fortunate enough to have had everything in place like they should. I kick myself in my butt every day for not having insurance. But if I did, I'd be sitting pretty like most people having a new house built. But I was worried about my credit cards at the time. But anyway, I just have some compassion. That's all I can ask for. Thank you.
The next card is from Michael Ranny.
Hi, folks. Well, first of all, I just want to say I'm so grateful for everybody that spoke tonight. And their words were, the tone is a lot different than some of the previous meetings, including the last meeting. So it's made a lot of the notes I've taken kind of moot. So I almost was going to decline, but I'll put in mind, it's basically the same thing. But I was wondering if it'd be possible if I could urge you to suspend the June 30th deadline. I know you're talking about voting till December, to extend it to December, but maybe since the staff resolution or recommendations just came out, there would be time for the public and yourselves to review it more, have more time. You could suspend the vote, suspend the deadline even, so people that are still working on their permits could not have that deadline looming, and then vote, a hard vote, at the next meeting. And at the last meeting, during the discussion, Woody said something about, well, if the appearance of kicking people out of off their property during the holidays is bad, why not extend it to April? And he said other counties have given more years to people. And then, I don't know if it was Steve or Greg said, well, we could give them a notice in October. That way it wouldn't have the appearance of, it would give them 3 months, so they would have advance notice, and we wouldn't be going there at the holidays and kicking people out. And Woody went and said, well, I'd be good with that. I believe that's my remembrance of it, but I might be wrong. But I thought if you could have held your ground on April, that would have been great. So anyway, that and the debate on this issue of fire survivors is all comes down to perspectives. Some of you have said the town looks like a campground. Others have different perspectives and think the town, some of the areas looked more like a campground before the fire. The council has often spoke of squatters living in squalor. But of the 300 or so town numbers, RV dwellers, how many are really squatters? And how many are really garbage dumps? Is it 5 of them, 15 of them? Is it 30? If it's 30 out of 300, is it 10%? And are you going to threaten the rights of 90% to enforce 10%? So I'm just all for the words of, in the spirit of lenience. I applied for my RV permit in January and I still haven't got it because I don't have power, because I have to have 300 feet of PG&E line brought in. And they told me that they were going to do it all along because their line burned down. I'm time's up. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyway, I just really encourage you, if you haven't done it yet, read Alan Myers on his page, Rebuilding Paradise, what he said about his trip to Japan. It applies, it's very relevant. Thank you.
Those are all the cards that I have, but I do have some comments that were emailed in and phoned in I'd like to read as well.
Please.
This is from Ed Schilling. He says, my wife and I have been living in a trailer since August 2019. We are rebuilding a stick home here in Paradise after the campfire destroyed our mobile home. The new house is nearly complete. The question is, will people who have not started rebuilding and are still living in their trailers be required to leave their property on June 30th this year? We believe that they should leave. Most have no intention or ability to rebuild. Here's one of several examples. Our neighbor, 2 lots down, had a trailer given to her after she lost her mobile home in the fire, which she had inherited from her mother. She still sleeps in her car, however, due to an irrational paranoia about propane, trash is everywhere, and the police have stopped her numerous times for trash in her car blocking the windows. She is mentally ill, is on SSI. She is always on the phone outside. Last year, she argued endlessly with us about installing our PG&E smart meter, as she thinks the radio frequency waves were harmful to her. Another example is a person who lives with her adult children on a street nearby. Her kids are always in and out of jail. She has no intention to rebuild, but she does get a lot of visits from the police about her kids. These folks and several more like them discourage anyone from ever wanting to rebuild here in Paradise. They have no intention to rebuild, simply because they are incapable of it. I am a liberal, progressive person who believes in helping the homeless. So can you at least provide a trailer park where marginalized people could stay? Could you at least enforce your own deadlines? Or do you intend to move the goalpost once again? We were thinking of buying the lot next door, but will not do that if people are allowed to stay in their cars and trailers. Again, these folks do not hold out because they are poor or struggling to submit building plans. Usually it's mental illness, a criminal record, or other mitigating factors. This community, in order to be a community, needs to address those things. You could begin by providing a trailer park, community mental health services, and enforcing your own regulations. Otherwise, it will surely be paradise lost. Thanks for listening, Ed Schilling. The other phone call was from Bob Nolan, who called in his comments. So he would like the ordinance extended a few months to allow the settlement money to be received by the fire victims and to allow people in FEMA trailers to move forward with housing. He says FEMA trailers are being removed and residents are being evicted, with some having no money. He would like to suggest a letter be written to the governor, president, or FEMA to allow the FEMA housing to remain in place for a few months to allow fire victims to receive their PG&E claim funds or a portion of it so that they can begin rebuilding. Bob has spent a part of his life managing disasters and thinks the town has done a great job of managing the disaster and being in touch with the residents. And my last comment is from Rona Coyle. She called in her comments. She lost her property in the fire, is currently living in an RV on her neighbor's property. She spoke to Rick Trent about getting a temporary RV permit, but was waiting to hear the outcome of the meeting tonight. If this ordinance is not extended, the town will be kicking people out of their homes and into the homeless population. The town should be aware that they are kicking people out. Being evicted is not just affecting the people, but other individuals as well. And she also stated that there's a need for IHSS workers. The elderly patients in Paradise are suffering trauma right now, and there's no workers that come to Paradise or Magalia. Those are the last comments I have.
Could I ask a question? This is a question for you, Kevin. The staff is recommending removing the alternative threshold requirement. And Woody spoke to this earlier. I'm curious as to why you'd like to remove it. Do you foresee problems with those alternative thresholds?
I think staff is recommending that we remove those for the availability of the extensions for all individuals on property, because there's certain circumstances that we have the OOR funding that's now there, that they're in a survey, but there's really no application that's been approved yet for those people to get into that program. We're still doing outreach to get those people into those programs. And then the availability of the PG&E funds, which we've heard from a staff level, is a roadblock to people making decisions. So allowing them to get those funds available, to get at least an understanding of where they're going to be able to have that availability for that next 6 to 9 months, to not have those alternative thresholds to basically stop them from living on their property, but allow them to make decisions all the way into December.
But, okay, so I'm confused. Those alternative thresholds are in addition to having a building permit. So
No, the alternative thresholds were all thresholds that you didn't have to have a building permit. One of the thresholds was a building permit. One was a contract with an architect. One was with a I believe a manufactured home. One was being in a housing program.
Right.
So those were the alternative thresholds.
If we go with the staff recommendation, at the end of the ordinance, you have to have a building permit or you can't stay.
That is how it's written currently, correct.
But if we decided to, say, extend it for a few months and leave those alternative thresholds, at the end, there is more flexibility so that people who were, say, in the process of our housing programs but didn't yet have a building permit could still stay.
So what
Is
I hear,
that correct?
what I'm hearing you say is that you would like to. So how it is now is that you have this June deadline, right? That you have to be in some alternative program to stay on your property. That only gets you extension for 6 months currently. So if you would like, you could put those alternative thresholds to extend that December 31st deadline
or to
out.
any date we choose.
Exactly. That is correct.
And it gives you as staff more flexibility. What I was trying to determine was it going to cause you more problems?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So just for some clarity, I talked to my lawyer. I want to thank everybody for coming because this is what America's about. You know, it's about the people, and it's our town. And if you guys don't participate in these meetings, I just appreciate you all coming. And you really touched my heart. And so my lawyer told me that we got an advance payment. We had good insurance. We were able to rebuild. We were very fortunate and blessed, and I appreciate that. They took a third of that. It's not a lot of money. And I haven't got a determination yet. My daughter, who is a renter and is on disability and had no insurance at the time of the fire, she got a determination last Friday. And she told the lawyers to go ahead and accept it. And they'll give her 30% of that, which isn't a lot of money. And the lawyers will take a third of that. And that's probably 4 to 6 weeks away before she'll actually get that money. Now, I'm with the Joe Early group, which is the Michael Watts Guerrera group, whatever, with all these different people involved. They represented 7,000 victims from here in town. And there's like 40,000 claims in there. Of that group, what the lawyer told me yesterday when I talked to Guy Watts, they've only received 150 determinations out of 7,000 claims they've submitted as of last Friday, or as of yesterday. And those all haven't been processed yet. That's all that the trust has actually said, here's what we're going to offer you. So those are some realities about that money that's out there, you know. And so, what I'm told the offer they're going to give us is $225,000. I'll get 30% of that, which is about $80,000. I haven't got it yet. I haven't even got the paper to sign to say I will accept it. It was about $80,000, and the lawyers will take a third. Now, if I didn't have insurance, like some of the folks that spoke today, that's not a lot of money to build a house with, you know. And I know I met a gentleman the other day, and there are people out there, like the lady, the lady called me that is living on her property in RV. And I met this fellow the other day, it's 90 years old. Is a widower. There are going to be some people that just want to finish their days on their property, and they may not rebuild a home. You know, they're citizens of paradise. You know, they're paradisians, and they own their dirt. And I appreciate Jody saying that and being maybe willing to consider that. I want to give the staff all the flexibility they need to be human with our residents, with the people of paradise. And I'd like to extend it to April. I won't get the votes for that, but that would be my suggestion, to buy some time. But, you know, that's all. I just appreciate people coming. I hope as we go, things settle down and we get into more mundane business of the town of Paradise, that you all will still show up. even when it's a boring agenda, and support us. You know, be here, be a part of the process of governing your town. Thanks.
I think for me, I lived in a fifth wheel, and it is horrible. I think a lot of us here on the dais did also. I think that, you know, as a town, a lot has been stacked against us since the fire. You know, it took us quite a while to even get on our lots after the lots were cleaned. I mean, it was months. You know, I was fortunate to find a builder early on, and I mean, to this day, I'm very blessed that he agreed to do my house, because I don't know how else I would have found a way through it. So, you know, with the time it took people to even get to their lots, to even have time to take a breath to figure out what it is they wanted to do, then we've been hit by COVID this last year, which has really been difficult for materials, getting subs and things like that. I'll be honest, I'd like to see it extended until next June. And I know that's a pretty big ask. But we just now are in a situation where people are starting to get at least some light at the end of the tunnel, maybe, with the PG&E settlements. And then, you know, we just now have these grants that our staff has worked really hard on, getting those for people. Those are just now coming into play, and it could be months before we get those too. And I do think that we represent all the town of Paradise, and I think that a town that has a diverse social economic resident base is a strong town, and I think that we're a better town for it. So, my opinion.
I think that Woody's idea to be flexible and continue to include the alternative thresholds is a good one. I'm willing to do that. I think that gives people who really are trying to move forward with the housing programs a way to do that, even though they haven't yet been accepted. I'm not okay with going to December 31st because I think that that puts the town in the position of having to remove people at Christmas, and that's just not okay. From everything that I'm being told, most people will get their determination letters sometime this summer, and will know what PG&E is going to do. They'll have the opportunity to apply for the survey, for the housing programs. And so I'd like to see the ordinance extended to September 30th. I'm not okay with going into next year. I do believe that we represent everyone in town, and I have heard from numerous people who are very concerned, as was the gentleman whose letter Dina read, about our town being a campground, and people have poured their heart and soul into rebuilding, and they don't necessarily want to live next to that. We represent them too. And I can't discount their voices any more than I can discount your voices. So I think keeping the flexibility in here and extending till the end of September is a good compromise.
This is tough, and I appreciate the fact that this is a very difficult time for people. We're going to be, the tough part is PG&E is not going to be the salvation in the near future like everybody wants it to be. I wish it was. I wish that those attorneys would get their act together and start making things happen. Unfortunately, that's not happening. And these programs, these government programs, you know, it's government. They take forever. and they don't move very fast. It's a tough situation, and I feel for every one of you. I did not live in a RV or anything like that, and I can't even imagine what that's like. So I'm telling you right now that I'm sorry you're having to do that. That's not fun. And nobody wants that, I'm sure. I am getting a lot of complaints, and I don't know why. I mean, there's people just coming up and camping on properties. They're just plopping on these. They're renting the property, which is not supposed to happen, and they're living there when they're not supposed to be there. And so we're struggling to get on top of those. It's not 10%, like the gentleman was asking. It's a significant number of people that are not supposed to be where they're at. They don't own the property. They did not flee the fire. All those things that happen, that shouldn't hurt those that are doing it right. But it is very, very difficult when you see people camping and RVing on their property to know they're okay, they're not, they're okay. It's a very difficult situation, very difficult. I think December 31st is not a good number. We're not going to kick people out. We're going to be back to where we were last year. We're not going to kick them out during the holidays, and it's not going to happen. I think it's disingenuous to even think that would happen. I'd be inclined also to do an interim period to see where we're at after the next 3 or 4 months, see where PG&E's at, what's going on with that, and see how people can move forward, see where the government programs are at, see how we can move forward. I think that's the important part. People have got, the whole thing is we got to move forward. And I know people don't, it's not that people don't want to. I understand that. And I understand the mental health part of this. Trust me. I live with it, around it. It's prevalent. It is a thing. It's a real thing. But we've got to get people moving forward. And it's very difficult for us. We can't make an ordinance that, well, I like you, so you can do this, but I don't like you, and you can't do it. It's got to be across the board, even playing field for everybody. And that's where government stinks. I wish there was more flexibility than what we could do. We can't. So I also am interested in more of an interim period to get us through the next, and Jody suggested September 30th. That would be, I think, a good compromise, because we're not gonna do anything December 31st. I can tell you that right now. I've already been down this road a couple times, and it doesn't happen. So
Go to April.
I'll really go to April.
Huh?
Steve, could I say one more thing?
Go ahead.
I meant to say it earlier when it was my turn, but I wanted to address Mr. Habriel's comments about whatever we do, we need to enforce it. This council's been trying very hard to get our code enforcement efforts up to where they should be so that we can enforce the ordinances that we have. And we're going to talk later about code enforcement, and I think that you'll see some improvements. And I just wanted to be able to say at this point, when all of you are here, because you'll probably leave by the time we get there, that we are trying to do that as well. Your turn.
Well, first off, I think I need to make it clear. I don't believe the town wants to abate anybody off of their property. What the town wants to do is help place people in permanent housing. This ordinance we have now was put into effect as a temporary ordinance. It was not meant to be a way of life. And I hear from both sides of the aisle, and I do believe that we truly want to work with people to get them into a permanent housing situation. That's what the goal of the town is. And that's what my goal is. Let me finish. Excuse me. I'm talking right now. Please allow me to finish. I do concur with staff. I think that the ordinance does need to be extended for the reasons that were given. I do believe that it should be extended until December 31st. I know it's Christmas time. I know nobody wants to be kicked out at Christmas time. Nobody wants to kick anybody out at Christmas time. We could do September, so you take away 3 months. I think there's more time needed. What I think needs to happen is, as this ordinance comes to a close, I'm getting calls from people that are not in compliance that all of a sudden now want to get in compliance because our ordinance is ending. So everybody that's there, and there isn't a one size fits all for everybody. We have housing advocates. We want to help. Please take advantage of them. Talk to them. Maybe there's a program for you, maybe there isn't, but it doesn't cost you anything to talk to them. We want to get you placed in permanent housing. We are compassionate. We also do have citizens complaining to us about, we need these RVs gone. I mean, we've got to encompass the whole community and do the right thing for that. That's why I think that we need to extend it. But what I'd like to see is, just because I'm saying we're going to end it on December 31st, if you are legitimately moving forward and have been during this extension, if you're waiting on a manufactured house that you're not going to get until March, we should not kick you off your property and say, come back after you can get your permit. If you can show you're moving forward, which in my opinion, if you've ordered a manufactured home, if you're having your property surveyed, you're having plans drawn, you're purchasing pre-drawn plans, you're moving forward, I don't think you're going to be kicked off your property on December 31st. If you're doing absolutely nothing and have done nothing and are not in compliant, yeah, chances are you're going to be kicked off at December 31st. And kind of to Greg's point, we do have to start moving forward. But I do believe that we can allow people the help to move forward and get there. And that's my feelings.
Steve, I want to speak again on it. Greg first of all, Ward brought up a thing about the Pink Motel. A lot of you weren't here. Some of you were. Some of the native Paradisians were. It took us years to get rid of that. That was an absolute, I went on the code enforcement thing through that. The place was absolutely atrocious. It's a very beautiful thing that's built now, I think. You have employees that are staying there, but and there's other properties like that. That process of taking property is onerous, expensive, and takes a long time. Even if we have some new lawyers and we have this slick bang thing we can go into court and do, it takes a long time and it costs a lot of money. But where Greg talked to about, we got people squatting, we have people camping, we have people renting property. That's a whole different issue. That's a separate, and I would suggest that rather than us try to deal with that with this, that we have staff come back with some specific ordinance that addresses that says, here, if you own property and you're renting it to somebody to allow, or, you're not, we can outlaw that and we can abate that, so we can change it.
It's already outlawed.
Well,
You can't do it now.
If we already have the thing, that's a separate issue than this thing we're talking about, people that have permits, whether they're compliant, they've done all the things that they're trying to come back.
And that's what I said, Woody, it is separate.
So and I agree with Steve. just use somebody else's term, kicking the can down the road for 3 months. we know it's gonna take a long time. You said it, Greg. This government programs, they're gonna take forever to do. Even the lawyer things. We're not hurting anybody. If we change it so we allow these conditions to let you guys have a little more flexibility to December 30th, all we're doing is the people that are on that path, some of them have already responded, we'll get more responding. And it's not like, I mean, you're gonna have some people that they're not gonna leave, I don't care when you end this ordinance. They're gonna be on their property. We had a gentleman here tonight said that. I ain't leaving, no matter what you do, so.
And let me say one more thing on the other hand, why people are upset, and I'm not insinuating that anybody here who spoke is living like that, but I went on a ride with code enforcement today, and we went to 3 or 4 properties, and one of the properties we went on, nobody was there. There was a dog tied up in the back to something where he could strangle himself and hurt himself, kill himself, whatever. There were 2 RVs, and both of the sewer hoses came down out of the RV, laying on the ground on both of them. And this is the thing that is making residents uncomfortable. And again, not saying that anybody here that spoke is doing that, but this is what they're seeing as they're driving. And I guess we need to step up our enforcement and make these RVs go away. And I think that would take the pressure off of the people that are trying to abide by the rules. And again, I am absolutely for extending it. But everyone needs to be compliant with the water, the sewer. We've got to live healthy. And if we can do that, I have no problem with that. I love to hear the stories of the people. My neighbors on the other side are 80 years old, and they left. They bought a condo in Southern California. And about 6 months ago, they called me and said, hey, we miss paradise. They came home. They hooked into my power. They came down to the town. They applied for power, water, septic, and they just finished having their foundation dug. They're still probably 6 months out, so they will have been there probably a year and a half at the time before their house is there. I'm thrilled there. If it takes them 2 years, I don't care. They're moving forward, and we want them to come home. So that's all I've got.
So what happens if because it's an emergency ordinance?
Yes,
it
sir.
takes at least 4/5 vote.
Yes.
So we have 2 council members that are not in favor of December, and we have 3 council members, I'm assuming, that are in favor of December.
Mhm.
So if that's how the vote eventually ends up.
Yes.
What happens?
So if that's the way the vote is, then the ordinance as it sits today will prevail. And that means that 354 temporary use permit recipients by the end of June will need to provide us evidence that they've either had a building permit issued, applied for, give us a copy of a signed contract with a builder or a plans designer, or show evidence that they've submitted to either the town's housing program or working with a state housing program. And if they provide that by the end of June, they can stay till the end of December. But after that point, then all temporary use permits that were issued under the urgency ordinance need to have a rebuild permit issued.
How do we change that?
A majority, with a urgency ordinance, is it just a majority that has to give it? Not the vote, but the direction has to be 4/5 also?
No, it needs to be a 4/5 vote to modify that ordinance.
So it's a voice from above, Woody.
To modify, but if it's just a majority of the council to give direction, because we still there's a lot of changes that were proposed, and I would hate to rushedly try to fix those right now versus get direction and bring it back in June, because there's still time.
So.
Yes, sir.
I would like to see December. And, I mean, I could, if it was the only way it could pass, I could say September. I personally don't think September's long enough, and I know why the idea is nobody wants to get with the holidays. I could be wrong, but I think that everybody out there would rather go until December and take the chances of the holidays rather than September.
Right.
And if I'm wrong there, I'm happy to change it to September, but that's.
And every month, we can continue to bring you the numbers of that 354 that need to provide some evidence. Every month, keep chipping away at it. How many have started the permit process? How many have we connected with the business and housing? And keep getting that down so that the council, as we close in the fall, can decide, do you want to then insert back in the alternative thresholds at the end of the year if you see progress being made by the majority of these permit recipients?
Why don't we have a couple of motions and see what could pass?
Well, and if we did agree to September.
Yes, sir.
Could we then later extend it until December?
Council at any time could give direction to.
Yeah, but they do whatever we want.
But you need 4/5 vote.
Okay.
Yeah, but, and I think that the flavor, like some have said, we don't want to keep, just keep doing, I mean, like, let's see what's reasonable, what it makes sense. I mean, I get the reluctance to extend it to December. Forget the holidays. The thing is, the government programs, the applications aren't even available for people to sign up for that, which would allow them out. So I'd make a motion that we extend the emergency ordinance to December 31st, and we change that to where all of the things.
Keep in the
So-
alternative
We keep all
thresholds.
the, you know what I'm saying?
So the ordinance is already sunsets December 31st, the ordinance as a whole. There's just one threshold at June 30th for certain permit holders. So is the direction, or is the motion trying to make, instead of June 30th, make it September 30th for those
Yes.
permit holders? Okay,
Yes.
and that the rest would
Is that-
still
is that
expire
what you're saying?
December.
You want to extend to December?
You want to hop
Well,
in?
leave
To December.
all the alternative thresholds in forever.
So I
You
don't
want
think.
those to expire in December, right?
Well,
So let me just, and Dwight up there in the heavens, to correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so for an urgency ordinance, we do need a sunset date, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dwight, is that right?
Well, I don't believe there's any rule that says you have to have a sunset date, but an urgency ordinance does not continue in perpetuity. It, because you have an urgency for the present and not for the future. So you need to set a date for it to expire. And
Okay, so just to interpret that, there needs to be a date for the urgency ordinance to expire. So we can't have these alternative thresholds into perpetuity.
no,
So what I'm hearing you saying is you would like to see it till December, and then in December, you would like to see the alternative thresholds extended to a further date in time.
well, if by December 31st, they have met any of these alternative thresholds, they're allowed to stay.
Until-
The ordinance ends, anybody that does not meet that threshold has to go.
Okay, but then you need to have a deadline of when that would expire.
Okay, then we can make that in April,
Well,
or, you know what I mean?
So he's made a motion.
I'd like,
Go ahead, amend it.
what I'd like to do is see it as of right now, and in December with the amendments, with the exception, if people are moving forward in December where they're waiting on a manufactured house, whatever,
Right.
that we don't go, well, that's it, it's not here, you're out.
Right.
I don't want to extend don't want to extend the ordinance past December, but if somebody is in the process of moving forward, I don't want to
But
that's what it does.
Dwight just said you have to put a date on those alternative thresholds.
So if I've applied for a permit, right, let's say I've applied for the OOR program that isn't even out yet. So I get an application in November 13th, and I fill it out, and I've applied. Now December 31st, I haven't heard back. So we extend it to April or June or whatever for these extra pieces. So then on April 10th, I find out I've been denied. I don't have any money to build. So then, if I don't have some other plan, I'm gone. But it gives us an opportunity, it gives the staff a chance to work with people to get them into that permanent house, whatever it is, whether it's PG&E money, a loan, an SBA loan, the government program. And those will extend, we have to give that a date. So those extra conditions only last until spring.
So the problem is somebody orders a manufactured home
Right.
today.
Right.
It's going to be a year
Right.
before they get it.
But if they ordered it,
Then
if
they
they
can
qualified,
apply,
they qualified.
then they can apply for a building permit.
Even though it's not there?
Yeah. You don't have to.
Yeah,
wait
that's
till
very
it
common.
comes.
If they know it's on its way, they'll apply, get the permit, and then once they have the permit, their temporary use permit will run for the length that the building permit is good for.
But Susan, doing it
Yes,
also
sir.
though, like, if I have a contract, I've ordered a modular home.
Yes.
Right? So that allows me to stay in my RV on my property.
Yes.
It qualifies me. And if it takes 14 months for that home to be delivered, don't I get to stay there?
No, right now, it only qualifies you to be there till December 31st. After that, the permit has to be issued.
But your
But that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, but exactly, to April.
So if my motion were to pass.
Yes, sir.
And we put an April date or a
Yeah.
June date or whatever date we had to, but even though, in that case, the modular home wouldn't come until after that.
You're right. So you're still that trigger of needing a permit issued after that April date that you've set.
But they can apply for a building permit
Yes.
while they're waiting for their mobile home
Okay.
to
Yes.
come.
Okay.
I don't see that as
So,
being an
so that,
issue.
yeah,
that's not a
no,
problem.
that is, but if you have building plans and design, that's a problem.
The timing of that
If we
would,
extend this to
could be
December,
difficult.
And we put the word out there that, this thing is gonna end, and the goal is, so that's gonna encourage people that are currently living in an RV that are compliant, or that aren't and wanna get compliant, that they have to go, they're gonna have to go get some plans drawn, where they buy something off the shelf, go to the public library, or they get an architect, or, what is it, Rebuild Paradise?
The master plans.
Or there's availability out there for people to get in a program. So once they're in a program, then we're getting what we and the residents that are in homes that are complaining. And by the way, I have received no calls from anybody that's in a rebuilt home complaining about anybody in an RV. I have heard about people complaining about raw sewage and the dirt balls that are out. Oh, I shouldn't say it that way. The unkept properties that are out there, and I know of a few, but so that's what this would do. I think it's probably the more Christmas thing to do than to do a September date and even if we did it, I would agree with Steve. My motion would be that we'd extend it to December and we
Move the thresholds from June to December.
Springtime sometime.
Pick a
Okay.
date. Gotta have a date in your.
Don't pick tax day. That's just rude.
Okay, how about May 23rd?
How about the
Today?
1st to the 30th?
Huh?
How about the 1st to the 30th?
The first, okay, how about June 1st
I second the motion.
for those extended
Okay.
things too?
And are we still good with everything else as far as no new RV permits only?
Well, I mean, I understand the staff's reasoning for that, I think, and anybody, didn't you, the graphic you showed, not many people have applied recently.
Correct.
I know the one lady, the woman read the letter from, she called me and talked to me. She didn't get her PG&E hookup until June, and she's doing everything she can, but when she called the town to say, I want to get a permit, they said, no, you can't. So I don't know if we have mixed messages coming out of at the counter or what, but, I don't know. I mean, if people are, what do we do with that? What do you do?
If you're in the works
Is it
now,
in the motion or not? You already have a motion and a second.
So what would it be removed?
If those were your only amendments, though, that would mean that we take no more new ones in under the urgency ordinance. If you're going to apply at this point, it needs to comply with the zoning ordinance.
and any that are in the works now would still be,
We're still trying to accommodate those. Some of it's just missing paperwork, so we're still
Okay,
trying to work with them.
okay.
Yeah, no, I'll just leave it.
They didn't have their registration with them and things like that.
okay. Then,
Yeah, I think that everybody's.
okay, so you've got a first and a second?
Do you need some help with that motion?
The
Don't
ordinance.
ask me to repeat it.
Oh,
Extend the ordinance to December 31st and extend the alternative thresholds to June 1st.
okay, so the ordinance will expire December 31st. The alternative thresholds are moved to June 1st, right?
I understood that to be that the language would say on and after January 1st, 2022, which is in there right now, the continued occupancy of a temporary dwelling is authorized with a temporary use permit hooked to water, sewer, and electricity shall be allowed only until June 1st, 2022, with a temporary permit issued directly associated with one of the following, and then it's those 5 lists of alternative thresholds.
Exactly, you
Yes,
got it.
yes, that's
Okay.
right.
What
You
she
do
said.
that so well, Susan.
Oh, okay. So the motion was by Culleton, seconded by Tryon. Roll call vote. Councilmember Bolin.
I'm going to say no because I believe it should be September.
Okay.
Councilmember Culleton.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones.
No, because I think it should be September as well.
Councilmember, well, motion fails because, or it fails because there will not be forfeit.
So I'd move that we do the same exact wording and go to September
No.
30th.
I'll vote out of turn.
I'll second it, and I would just remind others that if they vote no, everything ends June,
Care. They got to live with it.
okay?
It's their deal.
So the motion by Bolin, seconded by Jones, to move the alternative thresholds to September 30th, is that correct?
That's
And we
correct.
can always come back and we can always extend it if we think
Okay.
for reasons we need to.
So alternative thresholds to September 30th. Roll call vote.
Well,
Greg,
wait.
What?
So
What did you
the,
say, Greg?
it would be September 30th, but then the alternative thresholds, do you want to give them more time for that?
We can go to December on that, 31st.
That's already in there.
Okay.
So the only
3 months.
You're moving it
I
out
want to
3
see
months.
what's happening over the next 4 or 5 months. And we have an opportunity at that point to extend it if we need to.
If we have to extend it, then you'd be open to
We
it.
can talk. We can talk at that point if there's reasons for that. But I just think, I think we need to get this thing moving. We're
Well, we are.
moving forward.
We are getting it.
I understand.
Okay, so that motion was by Bolin, seconded by Jones. Roll call vote. Councilmember Bolin.
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton.
No.
Vice Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon.
Aye.
Mayor Crowder.
And because I don't want to see it end June 30th, I'm going to vote aye. Still would rather see December, but I will vote aye.
Motion passes. The ordinance is approved. So that's ordinance 608.
Thank you.
Thanks, Susan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Thanks, Susan.
What was the ordinance number?
608.
I'm sorry.
608.
Yeah, gotta start all over again.
Yeah. So, no, we're not
No.
starting all over? Okay. You're not listening. Okay, so now we're going to move on to item 1E, which is the financial advisor update from Meter Investments.
Move it for a vote.
Wait.
Yeah, this is a presentation, no need. So Jim McCourt from Meter Investments is on our teams here. He's going to be giving a market update and then an update on the investment on the PG&E funds that the town was able to receive. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Jim.
Thanks, Kevin. Good evening, council members. It's good to be with you
Hang on one
tonight.
second. We're going to get
We don't
the
have
sound
any
in here.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Or we can all go to the hallway.
Yeah, just one sec, Jim. We have some speaker issues. Oh, I think we just fixed them, so
Okay.
What?
maybe.
Keep talking.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
We're good now?
We're good.
Okay. Well, thanks, Kevin, and good evening, council members. Good to be with you again. Although I do have to say, I give a lot of these presentations in meetings like this to clients all over the country, and I rarely ever follow a discussion as difficult as this past one. So I understand this is a bit of a transition here to the topic of investments, but it also does reinforce and emphasize to me the reason that these PG&E settlement funds exist to begin with, and really underscores the importance of our role as a fiduciary in managing these funds for the town in order to maximize the long-term benefit that you're able to get from these funds and to help restore the town to economic sustainability over the long term. So I do think it's important to still give you an update here on the market and the strategy of what we're doing with settlement proceeds. Holding up a quick presentation here. Hang on just a second. That might not have worked.
Well, that's scary. Yeah.
That's why I keep scooting over this way.
Yeah. I know, where are you?
I apologize here.
You're in Whittier, you're gone.
Nothing's coming up on the screen yet?
No.
Nothing but ugliness.
All right, let's move on, next report.
Talking about myself.
Well, just,
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm not? Oh, sure. So.
You're trying to do a screen share?
I am trying to do a screen share. Is
Okay,
that-
so go up to slideshow in the top
is
bar
that-
in the middle.
Are you seeing that now?
Yep, we're seeing it. Go ahead and go up to slideshow. And slideshow. I think he's in presentation mode, which is what he's sharing. So I think this is as good as it's going to get. Can you expand the screen, or there you go, say from the beginning?
I was
might-
having trouble bringing up the presentation to begin with there.
There you go.
All
You're up
right.
with slide one.
There we go. Easy as that, huh? Well, to give you just a brief update on what we're seeing in the marketplace and really what's driving Federal Reserve policy, which has kept interest rates low since the onset of the pandemic, extremely low. And this really piggybacks off some of the conversation that I heard there from some of the speakers earlier in the meeting. When we talk about inflation really being a hot topic in the economy right now, and a lot of that due really to two different factors, the supply side and the demand side. And over the course of the year since the pandemic, we've really seen a lot of supply gluts that are causing significant increases in prices. And we have on this, just like it was mentioned earlier in the meeting, price of lumber up near 80% over the course of the year, same with copper, other types of commodities as well. So that from the supply side, that logistical glut has really been driving up prices there. And now on the demand side, due to the opening of the economies coming out of the economy coming out of the pandemic, along with the fiscal stimulus that was passed by Congress here over the last quarter, is really driving up the demand side as well. So that's really sparking the talk of increased inflation in the economy, which has driven a change a little bit of a change in interest rates over the first quarter of the year since we talked last time. The other side of what the Federal Reserve is looking at is the labor market, judged by the level of employment in the country. And what you can see here on this slide, and we talked about this before too, is just when the pandemic hit last year, we lost 22 million jobs out of the economy. That's part of what drove the Fed to drive interest rates so low, to try to make borrowing very cheap for consumers and for businesses. And over the course of the last year or so, as we try to come out of the pandemic, we have seen a nice recovery in payrolls in the economy. But we've seen a little bit of a stall over the last half of the year. And then it's picked up again here and had a good jobs number in March. But then just last week, we had a very disappointing jobs number for April. So it's really emphasized to the Fed that the recovery still has a long ways to go. They do think that the inflation side of it is probably going to be a little bit more transitory as some of these supply chain gluts work themselves out, as the demand dries up from stimulus-induced demand in the economy. And then also, as we try to recover here to what we would consider to be full employment, we still have about 8 million jobs or so to go before we would get to where we were pre-pandemic. Those two factors are really keeping the Federal Reserve with their current interest rate policy of 0 to 0.25%. Looking at what the Fed has shown here on this, was the data released from their summary of economic projections from their FOMC meeting in March. And this really shows increased optimism from the Fed with these data points in GDP. They anticipate GDP in 2021 here to be up over 6% for the year. They do anticipate unemployment to continue dropping over the next couple of years, and even inflation to jump over their target 2% mark, which it's been persistently lagging behind for quite some time, for several years now. But we do think that because of this increased demand that's coming into the economy with the stimulus, that inflation will jump over 2%. But they have been adamant that they think that's going to be more of a temporary factor. And so despite all of their increased outlook here with these three data points, they still are anticipating the target federal funds rate, or short-term interest rates, to remain at their target range of 0 to 0.25% into 2023, and through 2023 really is what they're projecting at this point. So once they achieve their full goals with their dual mandate, the interest rates might eventually get up to 2.5% here by this yellow bar. But that's judged in the longer term. That's not really a defined point in time right now. All they're looking forward to is the next couple of years. And during that period, they expect interest rates to remain extremely low. The interesting point, though, here is we're looking at what the Treasury yield curve has done, the yield that the Treasury securities pay to investors. And the data points are from where yields were at the end of 2019 here to how low they dropped at the end of 2020 here, and especially in very short-term rates when the Fed cut its target federal funds rate to 0 to 0.25%. But then this blue line is where interest rates have gone over the first quarter of the year. And that increase, or that steepening of the curve, is really what's important to our investment strategy now. These higher yields out here are really because of that anticipated inflation in the economy, whereas the short-term yields are much more tied to the Federal Reserve's target policy. So we have that steepening of the yield curve. And in my view, that's a friend of a fixed income investment portfolio like we are managing for the town here. It lets us reach out here a little bit longer to our maximum 5-year maturities, buy some higher yields for the portfolio, higher income with the investments. And then as they age, as we have this steepness here, the market value of the securities actually increases as it ages along that steep yield curve. So it really has the best of both worlds if we stay with a steep yield curve. Although, having said that, we would certainly like interest rates to go higher and higher so that we can start earning more income on these funds that we're investing for the town. But how this all relates into what these funds actually look like for you now. This is what the portfolio of the PG&E settlement funds looked like as of the end of the first quarter that we are reviewing here. So the book value of what the combination of what is in the LAIF portfolio, the Local Agency Investment Fund, which is effectively California's local agency money market fund, along with what we are managing in the U.S. Bank custody account. The book value of those is approaching $220 million now, which is about $330,000 higher than it was when we started managing these funds in November. So just over the course of the last 4 months or so, just that compound interest being built into the portfolio added about $330,000 of real cash there. And that effect will continue to grow over time to where this will turn into a much more substantial portfolio, where even though interest rates are so low right now, when you start out with a chunk of money like $219 million, it is significant. There is a significant compounding effect of interest there. What we're doing, though, is breaking this out into the weighted average maturity of the entire portfolio, which is about 2.2 years, which is right around where I think a comfortable target is. Really, anywhere up to 2.5 years we'd be good with right now. And then the yield of the overall portfolio is about 44 basis points. That's a combination of what's in LAIF and what's in the investment portfolio. This securities portion is just what we are managing in the investment portfolio. So as of the end of March, we had about 120 million invested. That is now up current to date to about 132 million or so invested right now into the portfolio. This is the maturity distribution down here of all of these funds. So primarily what we have up front here, the liquid portion of the portfolio, which is accessible for the town to access on a daily basis, is primarily all in LAIF right here. And then we're reaching out on that steeper yield curve that I described to help buy some of these longer term investments, lock in these yields that have a little bit higher, a higher interest rate to them. As this portion stays in LAIF and LAIF will continue to decline, we will slowly and gradually start to increase more and more and have more of an equal distribution of maturities here. So we'll have a constant flow eventually of funds maturing toward the front of the portfolio that'll then become available for to pay expenses of the town over the next several years, or to be reinvested into the portfolio along with the current strategy. But right now it's more of a barbell strategy where we're using LAIF to maximize the benefit of the front end and then buying longer term yields out in that 3 to 5 year portion of the interest rate curve to help maximize yields out there. And then the asset allocation is the last thing I'll point out here, which is the types of securities that we're invested in, which comply with both the California government code and the town's investment policy as far as the type of secure investments that we're able to buy for the portfolio, stressing the number one priority of safety of principal, and then second priority being liquidity, and third but not unimportant is the yield or the income of the portfolio. And so these assets that we're invested in is about 27% government agency securities, 8% supranationals, 15% in municipal bonds. Excuse me, the 8% is corporates, the 5% supranationals, and then the 45% here in LAIF. And so that LAIF portion will continue to decline as these securities continue to age and we get a much more diversified portfolio of securities all the way out that 5-year ladder. But overall, given the limitations of the interest rate environment right now, maximizing what we can, but also not getting too overly aggressive so that we're able to take advantage of rates should they continue to rise. If we get continued inflation and continued increase in economic activity, I think the portfolio is in good shape to maximize the yield on these funds over the long term. So now I will take that off of the screen.
I think he's trying to get off of it.
Okay.
And there, I think I'm back to you now.
No, oh, there you go.
Got it.
That is my brief overview of the economic environment right now, our investment strategy, and I would welcome any comments, feedback, or questions if any of the council members have any.
In your presentation, and maybe I missed it, but it doesn't look like what is your plan for inflation if we have inflation?
Well, I do think that inflation is likely to materialize somewhat over the course of this year. I think that could potentially boost longer term interest rates. I do think that the Federal Reserve, though, wants interest rates to remain low across the entire curve in order to help continue and further this economic recovery. So if rates got to a point where they got higher than the Fed was comfortable, I think the Fed would actually start buying longer assets or securities out of the marketplace, which is part of their quantitative easing program, and kind of keep a lid on interest rates there. So I do think inflation is probably going to materialize somewhat. If we get an infrastructure plan passed this year, it could potentially lead to a little bit further inflation. If they pass that, they'll need to finance it somehow. They would do that by issuing a lot more Treasury debt. And if they do that, there's more supply of Treasuries to the market, which means prices will go down and yields will potentially go up further. And so if that happens too, we would welcome higher yields there. It gives us the potential to buy more income for the portfolio. And that's why we just want to have that balance of having those funds in LAIF available so that we're able to react to any interest rate market that comes our way. If we start to get higher inflation and get some higher interest rates along with that, we'll have those funds to be able to react to that. But in the meantime, we're taking advantage of what's there in the marketplace right now and getting yields that are higher than LAIF into the portfolio so we can maximize the income that's available to you in the meantime.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
No, good job.
Thank you.
I wish I understood it all, but good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. 1F. Let's move on to Cole.
Thank you.
Good evening, all. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yep.
Excellent. Let me see if I can be as successful at sharing some screens here. And can you see the slide deck?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. For the record, Will Glenner with Cal OES with a brief project overview on the Campfire State Hazard Tree Removal Program. We're going to go through the same slides we've seen previously, obviously updated to current progress, run through some of kind of the key highlights since we last spoke, and then as always, I'll be available for questions. So this slide should look substantially similar to what you've seen in the past. As we've stated in these past briefs, these numbers fluctuate a little bit as work becomes available or work exits the system. So assessments substantially complete, but continuing to keep those assets around and doing some work in that regard. Hazard tree felling and removal are our principal lines of effort. So you can see the light yellow is where we were previously, darker yellow is the delta since we last spoke, and then the blue is remaining. So we are seeing the delta in the town of Paradise shrink quicker than the full project as we're moving into some more complex and larger areas in the county side. And we're narrowing in on the last 20% here in town for trees. We'll talk a little bit about the S-curve and where we're going there, but seeing some good production on that, which we're excited to report. So overall, 80% of the trees felled there in the town. This is the graph we've shown you previously, which is the trees per day. And so you'll see that it is starting to S-curve a bit down where we're showing not some of those high days we had in the last brief. And that's typical in a project of this size. As we get closer to the end piece, there's going to be more crews looping back behind to get trees that may have been skipped, environmental or equipment issue, or whatever that is. So we're not concerned about that. That's fairly typical, but that's what you're seeing there. This is our resource posture in town. This is an average day, our full strength. We've been a little up and down over the last few days due to wind and weather, but 17 felling crews, 15 cleanup crews, and 25 hauling trucks there. So no change in the felling crew number, a little increase in the other two. And here's some of the key successes or items we wanted to highlight for you. Last month, we briefed the Ponderosa Elementary Safe Rest to School project that we were on target to finish that by May 1st. That is complete. That was supporting Paradise Public Works on some roadway corridor improvements in the Pent area. So happy to assist there. We assisted in coordinating a multi-agency recovery meeting between the town, county, state, and federal leadership regarding Campfire and some discussion on the 2020 wildfires as well. We included this here for council's awareness. It wasn't heavily focused on hazard tree removal, but that was among the topics. Moving to the bottom left here. So two of the big kind of components of the project we're executing right now are along Honey Run and New Skyway. Those are larger pieces where we're seeing full road closures. I'm sure you've all seen those living through town. Both of those are on schedule, on track to be completed May 16th and May 19th, respectively. And it is our full intent that that'll be all of the work, all the scope along there will be done within that range, which we're excited about. We know those are important roads, potentially important evacuation routes that we're glad to see are getting fully cleared, and we'll be moving on. And the last bullet we have here to share is project completion and closure. So as you saw on the pie chart slide, we are approaching, from a metric data perspective, the conclusion here. So we're working really closely with town and county and FEMA staff to make sure we're doing that in an intentional way. So we have a completion strategy that involves us looking at it geographically, zone by zone, making sure that we, account for all of the scope that remains in there, that we've checked all the boxes, we've done everything we need to do, and so we'll be incrementally completing or closing the project in that regard. So that was a multi-week effort, or actually over a month effort of planning that and making sure that we had all the stakeholder feedback accounted for. And we are now in the process of moving through that. So that'll be, really a principal line of effort over the next duration of the project here, is just making sure that as we exit, we exit correctly and completely, and we get everything that we need to do done. So with that, I can pull the slides back down unless any of the questions related to slides. That does conclude the brief.
I have a question. Cole, are you still 7 days behind for the cleanup? Is that still what it's supposed to be?
That's correct, and we are aware of certain, not a high number of cases, but we are aware of some cases where that has extended a bit. We are aware of some scenarios that drove that earlier in the event, and some that are still prevalent. Our team is working really closely to make sure we bring that back into the full 7 day. Again, it's not a highly prevalent issue. There are some cases where we're seeing that exceed a little bit there, so we're working closely to bring that back fully into spec. We are also working really closely with town staff, principally Mr. Selecki, to identify if there are areas where we really need to accelerate that, or rebuilding or something similar to get that taken care of.
I'm personally aware of one situation where it's been on the ground for 2 months and another where it's been about a month. And I'm concerned that they're just going to, since you're nearing the end, that they're just going to end up getting left there. So what is the process for me and for anyone else listening? What should they do if that's the case? I mean, 2 months seems like an overwhelming amount of time.
Yeah, that's definitely longer than we would expect. So 2 points, I guess. The first would be if you're aware of specific situations or community members are. We have really two kind of lines of effort there, the town tree advocates or the county call center that route that in real time to the operations staff on the ground that can adjudicate that. And the second, I guess, would be is that, that's a big piece of what kind of this project completion and closure is making sure that we don't have to solely rely on community members telling us, that we have a intentional effort of essentially checking our work and making sure that we didn't miss things or skip things, and that we complete the full scope. And certainly, I know you have some public contracting experience. Our contracts have controls in that regard to ensure that they finish the scope of work and they are able to, be fully compensated until the job's done.
Thank you.
And that is a big problem. I've seen several sites around town that have been there for quite some time, so I will start bringing those to your attention, because they're just, some of them are sitting on the roadside, some of them are down a little embankment, and they're gone, they're long gone. They've been out of there for weeks, so that is an issue. So we will be getting in contact with you.
Hi, Cole. Thank you for being with us this evening. Where are we with all the hazard trees, like the ones that are threatening structures?
Yeah, so I'm presuming you're referring to what's been kind of named the incident or imminent safety threat, IST. Where we are on that is we're showing 230 of those are finished. We have 13 that are still forward in our schedules that we're working through. So still, continuing to take those into the system, evaluate them, adjudicate them. And we do have quite a few behind us at this point, which we're happy to report.
Cole, this is Woody. Hey, I know of, and I'm sure you're aware of it, one resident who had a tree removed from his property that was not in the program, a live tree. He did fill out the Cal OES complaint form, has 2 months ago, has not heard anything back from Cal OES. Also, your crews went on a neighboring property that was enrolled in the program and fell a number of trees onto his retaining wall on his private property. Our tree advocate was out there, witnessed it, took photos, but he had, in both complaints that he's filed with OES, or damage complaints or forms or whatever the state required he fill out for them to investigate, he's had no word back. What's going on with that with citizens that have been abused by this program?
Yeah, I'm certainly aware of the first incident, sir. I know we've spoken of that before. I'm not at liberty to comment specifically on individual claims, but I would be happy to look back at that one for you and get you just a general update on process and any process issues, and we can loop back with the staff on that.
Okay, because
I know that's not the answer you were looking for, but my hands are a little tied in that regard.
That's fine, Cole. But we were told by your deputy director that that in order for any resident that has been in any way harmed by this tree removal program, that in order for the state to do anything, even investigate it, they had to fill out a form. So we provided those forms to them, and then they don't hear anything back. And there's been subsequent damage to his private property by these tree felling crews on neighboring property. So I'm just curious if there's a timeline. It'd be nice to tell residents, here's the form, and you'll hear something in 6 months or 6 weeks or 6 days or whatever. It'd be nice to have some kind of answer to give to the citizens. Thanks.
Yeah, I hear you on that, sir. Let me loop back with the team and see what we can provide for you in that regard.
Just to circle back on those last 13 trees, are they that are an intimate threat to existing homes? What is your timeline on those, and are those still priority trees?
So they're absolutely still priority trees. I don't have a specific timeline on that. There's a variety of factors that will affect each tree. Has unique characteristics of what will allow us to get to it. But they are absolutely still priorities. There's been no change in that regard of our process for receiving those, evaluating those, and prioritizing those for felon.
Anything else for Cole?
Councilmember Crowder, I do have a comment card from Ward Habriel, and I think that it would be something that Cole may be able to discuss.
Thank you. Good evening, Cole. I have two issues. My first one is personal, and that's that my complaint was filed back in December against crew P31. They followed up on that the following week, indicate they would correct the issue that they caused. A month later, they hadn't done it and had a separate supervisor come see me. He said, we'll have this resolved within a couple of weeks. A month later, I got another supervisor come and say, he apologized, but the material that they ordered wasn't available and they wouldn't be able to replace my damaged items. That was in December. I still have not had anything replaced. That's my personal issue. I'm also speaking tonight on behalf of my neighbor who witnessed the same thing that I did, and that we have had 6 allegedly healthy oak trees come down in windstorms in the last 2.5 months. None of which had been marked as hazardous trees, although if you doubled the height, they could have fallen in the street, I suppose. They did not. 2 of them have done substantial damage, and the cost to clean this up is very expensive. My one neighbor is well over $5,000 just in cleanup costs with a private crew alone. 2 of these trees were identified by crews who were part of the hazard tree removal program and said, this tree should have been marked. And it wasn't, and yet we get a windstorm and it comes down and causes damage. I'd like to find out what kind of plan that we have to identify the most hazardous trees in areas where they're not marked and should be, and can get them marked and get them down under the government's program. Because if a private citizen has to do it, we're going to wait for the tree to fall down, we're going to have a lot of damage and a lot of upset people. Thank you for your time.
Mayor Carter, am I permitted to respond to that? Forgive me, I'm not intimately familiar with the rules. Would you like me to respond to that?
Yes, please do.
Sure, my pleasure. And apologies, I previously mentioned specific claims like the one you mentioned first, I'm not going to be able to speak about tonight. But I can speak a little bit about, the assessment process. So generally, the way this works is we've made our pass through. We have certified arborists who hold a tree risk assessment qualification that'll evaluate any tree that could be eligible, meaning it would be within striking distance of eligible infrastructure and meet the other requirements. And so they made their markings, their assessment there. We do have, as you I think saw on some of the other slides, we continue to have arborists that essentially float between felling crews and ensure that if, essentially perform quality control. We're confident in the work of our arborists, but we have additional arborists on hand to try and make sure that every tree that should be marked is marked for felling. So in terms of, a directed effort to find the most hazardous trees or something in that regard, that's not really how we have this structured. But every parcel that's enrolled will receive that assessment by a certified arborist, and any tree that is eligibly removed will be marked and felled and taken away. So I don't know if that fully addressed your question, but that's probably the best I can respond to it.
Thank you, Cole. And next card, Dina?
That was the only card I
That
had.
was doing, okay. Any more questions for Cole? Okay, I think we're good, Cole. Thank you very much for the update. We appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Katie Simmons on the private tree removal program.
Among other things. Thank you so much. Katie Simmons, Disaster Recovery Director for the town. I have some late-breaking information to share with you all. So I wanted to clarify as we head into the discussion, particularly around the town attorney, that we began the abatement process in November with our first abatement notices going out. We had the second abatement notices beginning on March 15th of this year. So I have some good news to report that our total unenrolled properties number is sitting at 442. So I'm sure many of you remember when this number was in the thousands. So the fact that we've been able to press that down to 442 is really significant. And we've done a lot of that through the roadside assessment process, where if they've been found to have removed trees on their own, but didn't go through the enrollment process, we went ahead and cleared them. This is also being done with the 15-day notices going out and receiving calls from homeowners and getting them into the ROE program. So over the last 5 months, we have moved 611 properties into the government hazard tree removal program, thereby avoiding abatement for them, which would be very costly. So we're really pleased with that. Our total high risk for abatement with hazardous trees number sits at 210, and our private incomplete properties sits at 35. So I'm sure many of you also remember when that was in the hundreds not too long ago. So we're working really hard, but we're ready to move into the true abatement process. And I know the town attorneys are going to be assisting us with that. So I'll go ahead and start with, or move on to, I'm not able to advance the slides. Okay. All right. So let's talk about advocacy. We've been really busy on the advocacy front. Many of you have been involved in a lot of these events over the last month. We had the California State Treasurer, Fiona Ma, visit. She was hosted by Chip with the Paradise Community Village. So we did a tour of the construction site. And then Kevin and I, we did a caravan tour of town. And we talked about a lot of our recovery highlights. And the purpose of our visit was really to understand tax credit distribution for affordable housing. And so we were supporting Chip's efforts in helping her understand the impacts, obviously, of the Camp Fire on the town, but also what we would be asking for in terms of assistance. We submitted the railroad project to Congressman LaMalfa, who nominated it as a member-designated project. So we were really excited about that. Submitted the police radio project. This would be for funding all of the damaged radios that are not being covered by the USDA grant to Congressman LaMalfa, who nominated it for community project funding. That was a win. And we submitted the Row Road project to Senator Feinstein as well for designated legislative funding. So we're doing a lot of heavy pressing on that project. The rulemaking package that we've been following for state minimum fire safe regulations was published, and the comment period began on April 23rd. That will be a 45-day public comment period, and we're meeting with local governments next week to set the top line changes and recommendations, and Susan and I are both attending that meeting. Kevin testified in support of AB 36 at a recent hearing, which was approved to move to the Appropriations Committee. We met with the newly appointed legislative liaison for the DMV, who is reviewing and responding to the requests submitted by council after the last meeting. And we received word yesterday with a Treasury announcement that it looks like in the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, under the American Rescue Plan, the town's tentative allocation is $2.6 million. Thank you. On the emergency management side, all of you will be involved in an EOC training happening in this room tomorrow. We appreciate your participation in the special council meeting. You'll hear a 2021 fire season update from Chief Scholand. We will provide you with an update as to what the town staff is up to in EOC trainings, and then Kevin will be presenting you with some ideas. We have 2 red flag training exercises conducted by CAL FIRE for town staff. And under the transportation master plan, we're looking at implementing some corrective action plan objectives around regional evacuation planning. So the town is doing a lot to help convene those meetings with our regional partners to make sure that evacuation planning is consistent with the town's expectations and experiences post-Camp Fire. Next slide. And I'll end just really quickly with an update on hazard mitigation and recovery projects. So we heard an update on our sort of abatement process. And I really want to emphasize something that I think I heard a little bit earlier in the meeting regarding the housing advocates. The tree advocates are here for the very same reason, to support property owners with any issues related to trees. So we're taking walk-in traffic, we're available by appointment, we're taking lots of phone calls and emails and helping people understand how to navigate through the maze of the ROE process. What are their options? We're working with realtor associations on ownership transfers, which could potentially create a withdrawal from the program, and we're trying to get those new owners enrolled in the program so they can get their trees down. So just want to put a plug in for our tree advocates who are helping answer all sorts of questions and helping people avoid the abatement process. And then we'll talk a little bit later about the town's arborists and continuing with those inspections while the government program is still here. On the reseeding side, we have a contractor recommendation for you, which we'll talk about in a little bit. On the residential ignition resistant program that is moving forward and under development in the housing program, and that is going to be to allow homeowners whose homes survived the fire apply for funding to change their windows, change their roofs, change their decking, fencing, all of that, to be more resilient to fire in the future. We're pressing very, very hard on our partners at Cal OES and FEMA for approval of the Category 4 tree removal, defensible space code enforcement, and hazardous fuels reduction in town. On broadband, getting the RFI out for private sector interest and joining the trench. And on the early warning system, this would bring the 21 siren towers to town. We're still waiting on a response from our application, which was for construction funds to bring those sirens into town. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
No Category 4 deadline or projected idea of?
Well, we got some good news that it looks like we're going to be approved for the first round of funding for Category 4 tree removal, which would be a $10 million tranche in our overall application. And this is a reimbursement program, though. So this would be it'll be very similar to the residential ignition resistant program, where folks would apply for reimbursement for removal of their back 40 trees. So we're working on developing that program, but it's looking like within the next couple of months, we should have some information going out to the public.
So should people be getting ready and getting bids for that, or is there a specific?
Yeah, we'll have an application process, so we do have to submit those applications to FEMA for approval. So definitely be getting bids, understanding what trees might be eligible in the Category 4 tree removal program. So just, and I know we've talked about this a lot, but the trees that are eligible in the government hazard tree removal program are different than the Category 4 trees. Right. We don't make the rules, we just have to follow them. So if they have trees still on their property that were not eligible for removal in the government hazard tree removal program, they may be for Category 4.
Right.
So get some quotes together like you're saying.
So people could move forward with those bids and stuff to be ready for the application.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
Mark Maddox on our infrastructure and sewer update.
All right, good evening, Council. So first, I will start with the active construction for the Almond Street and Gap Closure Complex projects. Knife River Construction and their subcontractor, NorCal Excavating, is moving on schedule with Almond Street storm drain work underway. We are forecasting them to finish Almond Street later this month, with storm drain work then starting on Black Olive for Birch and Foster shortly thereafter. So that project's on schedule and moving forward. And for our Ponderosa Elementary Safe Routes to School project, contracts were awarded last month. Thank you for that. And we had our first pre-construction meeting with the contractor, All American Asphalt, out of Live Oak. They are ordering materials, and we are experiencing heavy delays, especially for reinforced concrete pipe for our drainage systems. So with that, we're forecasting the first day of construction could be early June, late May. But that's our current target, and with a goal of completing construction before school starts there at the Paradise Ridge Elementary grand opening later this year. Moving forward, I'll go to our Paradise Sewer project. We've hit a very major milestone in the preparation of our environmental impact report. May 3rd was the first day of our public scoping period as required by CEQA. That's the California Environmental Quality Act. And a part of that is the requirement to have one public meeting, where the purpose of that meeting is to introduce the project and the project description, and take feedback from the community and any stakeholders that would like to provide that feedback on our proposed project, so we know what to study in the environmental impact report. So we are hosting 2 virtual public workshops. The first is going to be this Thursday at 6 p.m., and our website at paradisesewer.com has all of the info. We will then again have another one at noon on May 25th, again trying to provide a variety of options for the public to engage on this project. So we look forward to moving forward in the public scoping process and into the environmental studies. We did have our second sewer regionalization project advisory committee meeting yesterday. Great meeting. Really appreciate our 2 council members sitting on that, our mayor and vice mayor. And a lot of progress was made in kind of identifying what the framework of a intermunicipal agreement could look like for a potential connection between the city of Chico and the town of Paradise. So moving on to the next slide, I'll close with comments on our transportation master plan. I'm really excited to share some announcement for the first time about our plans to host kind of a summer webinar series and workshop opportunity to have both in-person and virtual input on our infrastructure recovery and the transportation master plan. So the first of those would be June 3rd, with a kind of a broad update on overall infrastructure recovery, whether that be culvert replacements, road rehab, all of the different recovery projects we're managing for infrastructure, signs, sidewalks, roads, again, drainage. So following that, we'd have one in late June for kind of our day-to-day transportation needs and circulation needs, also our emergency evacuation, a great opportunity for the community to provide their input and marching orders, and we'll have some options and some surveys and really get that feedback and have an extended period to collect that and move forward in the development of the transportation master plan and how we guide our efforts in this world, or in this specific part of the world, for transportation moving forward, and what the priorities are going to be, recommendations from the consultant, and what you as the council direct us as staff to do. So lastly, I'll just highlight, we'll have another workshop late in July, and I believe Colette Curtis will provide an update on that one for our design standards, and bicycling and walking network review. Again, maximizing our opportunity to engage the public on a wide variety of topics, that will also help us be more competitive in future grant applications. And that one in particular will be great for the active transportation program. How do we rebuild this community? We've seen our long-term recovery plan, more interconnected pathways and walkable downtown in different areas throughout the community. So we appreciate any and all public input on any of these opportunities. And if you can't make any of these, they'll be recorded, posted on our website. You can always email us, and we have a comment box as well on the website too, at your schedule. So with that, that's the conclusion of my update for tonight on recovery and infrastructure, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Mark, I have a question going back to sewer.
Okay.
There was, and I believe you were on it, there was a presentation by Supervisor Lucero where she had some consultants in, and they were talking about another type of system and how much quicker it could be and what have you. My question about that is it something that the water board would even allow, being what we were told? And basically, we were told in this that there's no permits required. So I find that kind of, especially in California, kind of hard to believe. But what's your...
Sure. So I did watch the webinar hosted by Supervisor Lucero, which had a California professional engineer and a representative of Orenco, which specializes in decentralized wastewater solutions in the private sector.
They actually sell them.
Yes.
So they have a vested interest.
That's correct. So with that, I did review the presentation, and I, again, appreciate all public feedback and input. And I want to provide some comfort to the council that over the last decade, near a decade of my time with the town working on this project, that we have turned these stones about decentralized systems. Our feasibility report in 2020 really looked at the broad spectrum, redoing so much work that was done in 2016 and 17 about what our options are. And it comes down to likelihood of getting permitted, likelihood of securing funding, and really those are the biggest ones, funding and permitting. And so between regional and local, we've had that discussion many times over, and I did not see anything from my professional opinion that causes us to go, well, we need to really take a step back from the progress that we've made in securing funding of the EIR, and as we move forward in securing funding for design, again, at no cost to Chico, at no cost to our ratepayers, for projects that's in the best interest of Paradise and our residents, and the region as a whole for all of the benefits.
And from my perspective, I'm happy with the progress we're making. I like the direction we're going. I don't want anybody standing in our way or trying to use smoke and mirrors to distract from what we're doing. And if it's something that the water board is not going to allow anyway, I'd like to just put an end to it right now, right here, and so we can focus on what we're trying to do.
Sure thing. And I'll take this opportunity to mention on our website at paradisesewer.com, under the technical documents, the water board actually did their own options analysis, really putting their recommendations on what's likely to be approved. And again, we're talking not just 10,000 gallons a day, 90,000 gallons a day. We're talking almost 500,000 gallons a day with the sewer service area. And so while there's a lot of different vendors that come forward, and that's to be expected, we appreciate that feedback. But these have been studied, and we are confident with the option that we're moving forward and recommending to the council and the community for consideration in this environmental impact report. We will always be able to look back on the work that was done in the last year in that feasibility study. Again, I don't feel like there's options out there that have not been considered with great detail. And we have trusted experts from with HDR Engineering who do not have any sort of financial gain to see what option the town of Paradise chooses to move forward. So great partnership. Look forward to working with the council and the city of Chico, Butte County Board of Supervisors. We actually have been working with their staff and LAFCO staff, as well as providing more regular updates to their boards through written memos, perhaps even through kind of the outcomes of these SERPAC meetings, the Sewer Regionalization Project Advisory Committee. And again, just trying to provide as many options to participate. We want to hear any and all feedback, even if it's something we've already done. Keep it coming. We appreciate that, and I have no problems with listening to different options. But again, reporting to the council, we are moving forward in the one that has Paradise's best interests in mind, keeping the cost as low as possible, being a deliverable project, and a successful one.
And what is our projected use per day now with our current population?
So the startup with the what we've determined to be the standing structures in the district would be about 90,000 gallons per day, and I know that's on the upper end of what the private sector representative was talking about.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
All right, thank you.
On this slide that you have up, could you send all of those dates to the council?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So we just finalized this. I said we have to have these dates. So this will be coming out, and I'm sure we can work with Public Information Officer and to get these out to the community as well. We're really, again, excited to present these opportunities to participate. Again, love using town hall, council chambers. It provides a great opportunity for some people to come in person, as well as participate remotely from wherever you are in the country, and you have a vested interest in seeing Paradise rebuild successfully. Please join us.
Mark, one of the things that I have to do to process at my age is I have to process information. If I get something like an agenda like this thick on a Friday, it doesn't give me much time to process or do any research if because people are gone on the weekend. So this thing you're talking about, coming up with this transportation infrastructure, if you're working with consultants and as you develop a program or some suggestions or questions or whatever, will you share those draft documents with us so that we're involved along the way, so that if the public calls us, we have some information before? Because for me to get there and see the slides and hear the presentation, I might have to think about it a day before I have an opinion. Or
Sure, absolutely. And I can work with the town manager on that and getting any sort of drafts that we have ready. Our consultant teams are really excited, especially that June 22nd one. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, then we're going to get ready. But what I would frame these webinars and these workshops is really the kickoff, right? There's going to be quite a presentation, great opportunity to hear different experiences, what they want to see in town, and we're going to provide some options, and whether we come away with a survey or some sort of opportunity of like a comment period, and hey, if you couldn't make it live, watch this, should give you enough information to respond to us in a way that works for you. So again, it kind of would be like a kickoff of each of those opportunities.
I think my struggle is that I like to be informed as things are developed, because as the elected official, the staff puts a lot of stuff together as consultants and what have you. You guys have your meetings, and we're not involved in that, nor do we need to be, or should we be. But as you develop a plan, it would be nice to be brought up to speed as things are in process, so that we're totally on board when we get to that public disclosure, so that I have some background information. Or if I have questions, I can set a meeting up with you and ask those questions. So I'm not, because I have people call me and, well, what about this? They saw something on the town webpage. I don't know anything about it.
Sure.
And I don't go to the town webpage to get information.
Yep.
I expect you to send it to me.
Okay. I hear the feedback, and I'll work with the town manager to figure out the best avenue to do that for you. All right.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it.
Colette Curtis on our business update and non-residential market study design standards.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am preceded by taller individuals, which is the story of my life. So tonight I'm going to give you a brief update on economic development in the town, just a few slides. And I can't do it, sorry.
We know who can, though.
No, now I want to figure it out. So a couple of new businesses that I wanted to talk to you about that we're just excited about. I wanted to close the loop. I know this information has been out for about a month, but the last time I was here talking with you, I was kind of teasing Grocery Outlet coming and taking over the CVS building at 6800 Skyway. So I just wanted to close the loop and say, yes, it was Grocery Outlet that has purchased that building. They're completing some renovations, and they're finalizing the operators of that store, and that has a slated opening date this fall. So we're really excited about that. I know you all have gotten a lot of questions about that building, as have we. So very excited that they're moving forward, and we'll have that wonderful grocery option in our town again. So then I also wanted to talk about another project that has been ongoing for a while, and I think many of you are aware of. It's a distillery destination that is coming to town. We have a Paradise resident and family that is interested in bringing this to town and have been working through the permitting process. They've submitted some beautiful renderings to us, so we're working with them through that process. They're hoping to open in the spring of 2022. Oops, I keep trying to do it. Sorry. And then I wanted to mention the rebuilding of a town favorite. Barney O'Rourke's is rebuilding. They've submitted their plans to rebuild. These were some of the elevations that were sent to us. So looking at something a little bit different, but they are rebuilding in the same location. So that's something really exciting for us. That they're moving forward, and we'll have another local favorite back again. So a couple of updates on things that we're working on.
Before you leave that, Colette, can I
Yes.
ask you, I'm hearing rumors around town, people are asking me about the Rite Aid building because there's work going on there, but nobody's going in there, are they?
No, unfortunately not right now. So that building is in a long-term lease, and so Rite Aid is not giving up that building right now. They're just doing some repairs on that building. So if anything does change with that, we certainly will let you know right away. We've asked a lot of times about that one because we see the work too, and we kind of wonder, what's going on. So
There's been a lot of names put out there.
yes, a lot of really wishful thinking, and hopefully,
Yes, there is.
one of those will come true. We are in contact with the owner of that property, and so working closely with them on how to fill that space when it becomes available.
When does that lease end?
You know what? I don't have that date right now. I can find that out for you though. But it's been a long-term lease that we would like to see move forward at this point. So a couple of updates on what we're working on. So we talked a little bit in the past about some industry listening sessions that staff has been conducting just to get some feedback from our local businesses. And we have also started business walks. We actually had the first one today. This is a picture from that. I didn't attend just so I could be here with you tonight and be able to last all this time on my feet. But it was very successful. And this is really to solicit just more information from the businesses and provide resources to them that they may be asking for and keep that relationship strong. It was a great turnout today. The group was able to visit between 15 and 20 businesses, and very generally, so first I'll say from these business walks that will be ongoing, we'll be compiling reports that we'll give to you in a more formal manner. But since we just had one today, I wanted to give you some initial feedback, and that was the businesses that were visited indicated that over the last few months, they've had an increase in sales and as well as foot traffic. So things they're feeling very positive. They also have said they are really seeing a mix between the daytime workforce, like contractors and people that come to work for the day, as well as residents. So a very important aspect of our population right now. And also, interestingly, although I think it's no surprise to any of us, many of the businesses reported that former residents of Paradise who still live in the North State will make the drive to Paradise to patronize these businesses to support them. And of course, we know, Paradise is such a special place that that happens all the time. But it was nice to hear that back, that we assume that's happening, we see it happening, and it's translating to real sales dollars for our businesses, which is fantastic. So again, we'll compile some more formal reports for you each month as we conduct these business walks, so you can see this data and kind of keep track of what's going on with the businesses. We also are working on the non-residential market study. So this is part of the scope of the Transportation Master Plan. So right now they're compiling a supply and demand analysis looking at the properties that we have in Paradise. They're also helping us to put together the the development opportunity site map. So they're helping us just gather that data that we can then use as a tool when we talk to businesses and provide on our website as well. We are also working on our design standards update. You heard Mark talk a little bit about that as part of the transportation master plan, and I've spoken about it in the past. Very excited that we have a workshop coming up. That really is one of the first steps to gather some information from our residents and our businesses. So I'm going to be reaching out directly to businesses in town to make sure that we get their feedback. It does come up, it's very timely. I think that in many of the business development meetings that I am part of, this comes up again and again, our design standards, and being able to communicate them properly and make sure that they're really up to date and reflect what our community is today rather than what it was when they were adopted many years ago. So this is great timing for that, and we're going to get a lot of public input to help make those decisions when it comes to you at that time when we have those documents. Next slide. And then again, as I do, our business spotlight this week is Deja Vu Nursery. They, of course, took over the Mendons location, and they have seen so much demand. People right now just want to plant and beautify their yards, and it's lovely. They're located at 5424 Foster, and they are, a local favorite. We are so appreciative to have them here in town, providing so many beautiful plants for us. And then finally, I wanted to close and mention that there was an opportunity available through the California Association for Local Economic Development. They are compiling a resiliency and recovery playbook specifically about economic development. This is not something that has ever existed before, but with the increase in number of natural disasters, unfortunately, in the state of California, they are really looking at providing resources for local governments specifically for economic development and recovery. And so we thought this was something we knew a little bit about. And so our staff submitted a response to their RFQ to be part of compiling this playbook. And we were selected. So we will be meeting with that group to help compile this playbook over the next several months. So I think that's an exciting way that we can kind of share some of the things that we have learned through a very unfortunate circumstance and make things better for some other communities.
They're going to pay you for the staff time? I mean, you got work to do here. We don't need you to do working for them,
There are grants for some staff time available, so we will work with them on that.
I just want to make sure we get paid for your time.
Thank you for that question. So anyway, that's something we're pretty excited about, and something that, of course, we did learn some things from this experience, and we can share and help other cities as they go through, hopefully nothing similar to this, but other disasters. And that is the conclusion of my report. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
By the way, I was at Deja Vu Nursery today, and the wind has blown over trees in 3-foot containers. I mean, it hasn't destroyed all this, but it really wreaked havoc on it.
That's too bad. It is very windy.
It's a gorgeous place. If you haven't been there, go there.
It is very beautiful, that picture. Yeah, it's very beautiful. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Colette.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colette.
Thank you.
Kate Anderson with the housing update.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to give you a quarterly, very brief housing update. To date, we have 928 homes rebuilt, which is very exciting. Hopefully, next time I see you in 3 months, we'll be over 1,000. Our rebuild advocates are really doing more outreach right now, talking to property owners and temporary use permits. We'd love to see more activity coming into them. So hopefully there's enough information out there, and maybe some of these temporary use permit folks will come in and see the rebuild advocates. Regarding our rehab program, the town's program, we've completed 4 homes that we've rebuilt. We've rehabbed 2. 6 are in construction and 39 are in the application process. Regarding the state's OOR program, they have 525 applicants from Paradise. 310 of them are in Tier 1, which should be the first ones. But at this time, there's no update on when they will start receiving applications. So, but information is available on their website. Our first-time homebuyer program, we're working with the state, HCD, to try to reach the higher income levels, get it up there at 120 area median in income, 120%, so that people can buy the houses that are going on the market, spec builds. Our local census survey, we already have over 1,000 returned. The deadline is May 21st, so we're hoping to spread the word and hoping that people will complete that survey for us. Section 8, the voucher program applications are going on right now. So for those top temporary use people who are renters, we're trying to get the word out there that the application period from the 9th through the 22nd is available. Campfire survivors are put as the highest priority. Same thing with Paradise Community Village. That project is coming along nicely. They're starting to look at applications. And in the consent calendar tonight, we're asking for a preference for campfire survivors in their list. Those information on those programs are available. Next slide. So what's in the works? The Housing Department has been joining code enforcement, going out to about 44 sites. The majority of those sites have been unpermitted, no temporary use. So the majority have been renters or people who have purchased after the fire. While we can't provide them with information, they don't qualify under the state or the town's OR program, we are giving them information on regarding DCMs, the affordable housing, affordable rental programs, and USDA financing. We are doing the temporary use outreach. The state OOR contacted 176 temporary use permit holders, and 64 of them signed up with the state program, and we're tackling the 382. We are finding that many of them have had a change of ownership after the campfire. Doesn't always mean that it's a new buyer. It could be within the family. So we're really trying to dig in there and find out who are the folks who aren't moving forward with the temporary use permit. We're moving forward with the CDBG DR rental program, multifamily housing rental program. We have an RFP that's out right now. And we'll bring that to you next month to award a contract for an administrative subcontractor to help us manage that program. That's the $55 million that's coming in from the state that's been allocated specifically to the town of Paradise for multifamily housing. And it does include some small projects as well. Our ignition resistance program, where standing structures can be brought up to WUI standards. We're working some details out with FEMA and Cal OES, and we're hoping to have this program up and running, at least applications being accepted through the winter so that we can be ready for next spring and construction. And lastly, the housing element and consolidated plans are still underway, and there are several opportunities for community and stakeholder input throughout this year in those programs. So that's a housing update, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
How many people can be at the Paradise Community Village? What is the occupancy?
It's 36 units, and those are spread between 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. I don't know the full occupancy as far as how many people could live there.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you, Kate. Tony Lindsay with the code enforcement update.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to lead off tonight with a snapshot of our current RV violations spread throughout the town. These complaints either came in proactively from code enforcement going out and doing drive-arounds. A code enforcement supervisor and myself have discovered multiple sites on our visits, as well as complaints from the general public. Every complaint is investigated, and we do that. And so between temp use permits in violation and those without temp uses, unpermitted sites, they combine for 95 parcels throughout the town. You can see they're kind of spread, from top to bottom, east to west. Do I have control of this?
You just wish.
Give me control.
See if I can go charge that puppy or get some
Okay. Oops. Too far. There we go. So our community enhancement outreach team has been out, and we had visited 40 unpermitted sites, and the team consists of housing, police, department, fire prevention, and code enforcement, as well as, we had Mayor Crowder out there with the team today. Thank you. So out of the 40 sites that they visited, 34, they contacted 34 community members. And you can see that 15 did not own the property. They were either renting spaces or, allowed to be there by the owner. 11 bought the property after the fire. 4 now are being, assisted by housing on a path of compliance and housing. And 4 were given flyers to the town, receptive to the programs, but just haven't made contact back with, the housing department.
So these are people who do not have temporary use permits.
Correct.
So they shouldn't be there at all, right? They don't have the right to be there.
Well, correct, right? They're unpermitted. So if they
So then what are you doing about it?
Well, we're giving them citations. First we find them, we initially give them an administrative warning notice. That gives them 20 days to comply.
So did you do that with these 40?
So we delivered, when we're out there, code enforcement's either delivering a citation, administrative warning notice. Yes, either way, we are going out there because not only are we mailing those notices to the registered owner of the property, we're delivering them and posting them on site. So we're making every opportunity to notify, either the owners of the property or a lot of times their tenants there of the violation.
So under our ordinance, it's not okay for an owner to rent the property to someone who's living in an RV, is it?
I don't think there's a way to make that legal.
That is
Through
not
the temporary,
legit.
right.
Thank you.
And we're discovering,
So you go out here, these people are illegal. They're in
well,
violation.
they're unpermitted, yes.
Okay, they're non-compliant.
Correct.
Illegal, okay. So you give them a letter saying you're not compliant.
Correct.
Then we give them some period of time to respond to that?
We do.
How long?
Well, they can appeal it within 10 days.
Okay, where I'm going with this is the old protocol from the Greg Paker days, where because there's on the books, it's for every code, it says that every day you're in violation, you can be fined.
Every day constitutes a new violation.
A new violation, which you could be fined for.
Correct.
But it also says once you are given a fine, you have 10 days to to appeal it.
To appeal it, correct.
So the old protocol that the former building development guy developed based on his interpretation of that code was we give you a fine, we issue a fine based on a violation, and then we wait 10 days before we issue another fine. When we have a gross violator, we could be fining them for new violation every day that they're non-compliant.
Correct.
They still have a right within 10 days to appeal that fine.
They did.
And if they were to win those fines, or that appeal, then any subsequent fines that were applied would be negated, correct? If it was the same violation?
I'm not sure if they would have to appeal every citation.
No, they wouldn't.
And that would be something
I'm just
that
saying,
appealed.
But where I'm dealing with this is that, to Jody's point, we have these problems that have been there. They've been there for months. They've been there for 2 years. We know about them. We've got photographs of them. We've talked to them. We've issued them letters of noncompliance. We've given them a fine. In some cases, we give them a second fine. We're waiting for them to do this appeal thing. Why can't we take that other part of our code and on these gross violators that are strictly illegal or strictly non-compliant, issue them fines every day to make our point? you know, if you're wrong, you're gone.
This is Dwight. A better approach would be
Hold on, Dwight, when you're echoing.
to commence abatement procedures against the property and have it cleared. You can issue citations every day, but that doesn't solve the problem. That's a fine, and we had difficulties collecting on those fines. We lien the property. It's but you cure the problem by issuing citations. You correct the problem by nuisance abatement, and nuisance abatement is a procedure that takes maybe 90 days from beginning to end, but we need to take that type of approach versus the citation approach for the people who they don't pay the money and they appeal, but it doesn't ever resolve the problem.
I understand that, Dwight. That's not the point. The point is we have a tool that we're not using. Okay, I understand that. Any fines that aren't paid, especially if it's some remote property owner, will go against the property at some point on a lien. Property changes hands, we'll get our money at some point. I get it, and I know the abatement process takes a long time and costs a bunch of money. I'm just saying that, you know, to give code enforcement a little bit more armor or bullets, you know, let them go out and find them I mean, let's change our protocol so when we have gross violators, we can make a point to them. I'm going to be here every day and write you a ticket every day, you know, till you become compliant, period, you know. We're not using a tool we have. We're depending on down the road in 10 days, in 2 weeks, in a month, in 3 months, we're going to do abatement. And we're going to spend a lot more money doing that. So I'm just advocating that we give Tony the okay and the direction to use every tool in that book. You know, so if you're not telling me it's not legal, I get your point that, well, we're not going to get there and the only way to get there is abatement. Well, there's arguments both sides of that issue, but we have a tool we're not using. And if we can legally use it, I certainly would encourage code enforcement to use that tool.
I agree with Woody. It was months ago that we said take 5 egregious cases to abatement, and to date, we still haven't had a hearing yet. One is scheduled
we have a hearing scheduled for Thursday at 1 o'clock.
I know, but it's been a long time, Dwight, and that's only 5. And only 2 hearings are scheduled, and here we have 40 sites.
Notification that requires a certain amount of time for the person to correct the problem. If they don't correct the problem,
we understand that. We're just saying we should be more aggressive with tools that we have.
Yeah. This is a moment in time when Jody and I are in complete agreement. We should just utilize every tool we have in the book for these egregious offenders. And if it means writing them a ticket, a fine every day, or doubling it, whatever the code allows, let's use that. We currently aren't using it primarily based on maybe legal counsel to go to abatement and to follow this, allow 10 days for an appeal. I know Craig Baker since it says you can appeal, we'll wait 10 days to see if they appeal before we give them a second citation. Ridiculous. If they're in violation, every day they're in violation, write them a ticket.
Tony, I'm just sort of curious. When you go out and you're talking to these people, what are they saying back to you? Like, oh, I didn't know, or I don't care, get out of here, I'm going to stay. I mean, what is the feedback that you're getting from people when you contact them?
Yes, several of them. Right, all of the above. A lot of them are waiting for settlements, right?
Particularly the ones that I'm thinking about are the ones that don't own the property.
Right.
So clearly they should not be there. That was not part of our
Right.
ordinance. So do they, after you make contact with them, do they normally go, okay, yeah, we'll move on? Or?
Not the majority.
Okay, interesting.
Some, I believe, have spoken to council people after we made contact with them. Some just are recalcitrant and just say, I'm going to stay here, right?
Even though they don't own the property.
I'm paying rent.
Oh, got it.
The kind of the market rate for a fifth wheel is $350 a month. That's what we're discovering.
I got ripped off. I was paying $5. Just kidding.
Well, Well, and some of these sites don't have water, don't have power, and no sanitation, right? I mean, so it's really, those are egregious.
They're in violation on multiple different fronts.
Yes, they are, right?
Okay, got it.
So I would be
You need
more
a
than willing,
negotiator?
Mm-hmm.
You need a negotiator?
be more than willing to work with the incoming town attorneys on creating more tools and, you know, certainly using our municipal code to its fullest extent. So,
And I have to say, today was the first time that I went out, and I kind of share Woody and Jody's feelings. I was really impressed with the process today. I think it was fair. It was to a point where if somebody was giving them an obvious line, they were called on it respectively and said, look, this is the way it's going to be, and we're going to be back in 20 days, and this needs to be corrected, or this needs to be gone, or what have you. You know, whether it is, we don't know. But I mean, the approach, I liked what I witnessed firsthand today, and you know, I don't think in the past we've been doing this, and you know, I like the direction.
oh, thank you.
So-
Thank you. I've got a really good team. Sorry.
Another quick question. So I'm sure that you're documenting all this and you're keeping records of everybody, every contact that goes out? Like every time you go to a residence, you're keeping a record of it, and so
We're
when-
making
so
we're
we
making
can
notes
build
of the
the
ones that will give us their names, and certainly the ones that we're interviewing and getting their names and finding out, you know,
Are
and
you-
kind of letting them tell us their story.
Okay. Are you also overlaying that with law enforcement contacts to that address too?
Correct. Law enforcement is often with us, and some of the sites we go up, they need 2 officers. to
No,
be
I
with
mean,
us.
in addition to, so you have your contact with them.
Right.
I think it would be also interesting to put in your case file all the contacts that law enforcement has had with them separate of what you're doing.
We have not been doing that. That's a great idea to, you know, coordinate.
Yeah,
the
'cause
efforts.
I know of one property where it's a son being allowed to live on his father's piece of dirt, and he has friends that have created a camp on Lower Bennett Road, and PD has just got, you know, just a laundry list of calls to that, you know, from complaints of neighbors and from just
Correct.
illegal activity. So when we get those kind of situations, we need to take every tool we have to eliminate them in our community, period.
And I think that, I mean, today I kind of witnessed one officer being on first name basis with one of the people. So, you know, it's kind of obvious, and I think they're real aware of, you know, who the issue was, and one of the people asked that officer to leave. They weren't too happy with him. Which is good. I mean, they were doing their job, and so I am seeing a share of information as far as you know, who knows what, and the contact that PD's been having with them when code enforcement hasn't been there, and you know, maybe it could go in a file. That would be great. But with them just showing up, and there were 2 of them today, I think it's great.
Thank you. We appreciate the support of PD when we're out there with them. Any further questions? I have one more slide to share.
Go for it.
One more slide.
One more slide. Okay, so next slide. Oh, do I have control? I do. Here you go. So total, these are total active cases that we have going up. So we have, right now, we've seen an increase of, you know, temp use permit violations. We increased by 5, so we're still hovering. Still, it's a minor 3% of all the temp use permits that are out there. Sites without temp use permits, so these are the unprovided sites, that was reduced from 85 to 78. So we have a total of 95 throughout. Those are administrative warnings notices went out. Our citations, they increased. But overall, our compliance gained and RV cases closed were 19. Now, 3 were temp use permits were issued. 3 resolved the temp use violations that were out there. However, 11 owners removed their RVs. So we are making progress. Again, we noticed about the appeal hearings are coming up. The ones that we abated, we sent out abatement notices. Now, we did go out for 5. 2 self-abated. So we have 3 hearings coming up. 1 scheduled for the 13th, and then 2 are on the following week.
Are these statistics as of the last month?
This is from my last report to you.
Yeah, good, thank you.
Good.
Okay. So other items, AVA, we're looking at vehicles. We removed 6. We've caught, not really captured, but there is a house being framed without a building permit. So that was kind of an interesting, got all the way to that point before we just actually stumbled upon it. Code was out looking at something and looked over and down the ravine, and behold, there is a house being framed. As well as grading, and of course now, since we're out and about, outdoor cannabis grows. We're finding those as well. Chris, oops, I'm sorry.
I'm thinking especially now that the trees are being removed.
Yes. Chris Rainey, fire prevention, reed abatement inspections. Chris Rainey's done a yeoman's job just since May 3rd. He has inspected solely 1,000 parcels, 1,022, right, since May 3rd. So that was great. He came across 370 compliant parcels and 652 non-compliant parcels. Those letters are going out notifying those owners of their non-compliance and giving them another 30 days to comply.
Non-compliant in what respect? Because the grass is more than 4 inches tall?
Well, that's one of the requirements.
Well, I'm just saying. Is that
Yeah, it's a variety of things. Tall weeds, Scotch broom now is 3. Well, this tall, right?
Some of it's 6 feet tall.
Yeah. So you come across that. You have piles of debris, yard waste, a variety of non-compliant.
Oh, there's
So
no
how-
place to take
So how are you handling it if, say, it's a non-compliant property that has hazardous trees on it? So people are afraid to go on it and do anything with the trees?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
We'll tie in with the hazard abatement people or the tree abatement people on the staff.
That is, so we are starting to coordinate with training to
Oh.
look for those
You wanna
properties
come up?
that are, no, sorry, that's right, just really quickly.
Actually, you were loud enough. So.
Okay, maybe the people on TV couldn't hear me, but so just really quickly, we are working with Chris Rainey to coordinate activities on properties where they are out of compliance on weeds and out of compliance on trees. And as we get calls with the tree advocates, we're helping them understand the differences between the weed ordinance and the hazardous tree ordinance and all of that. So that coordination is just starting to happen because we want to look for opportunities, especially as you do inspections. And I know I've mentioned this to Tony, that if they have trees, weeds, RV, that we're all coordinating and making sure that the outreach is really consistent, and so is the follow-up. Yep.
Thank you for filling that in. That's all I have. If you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Tony.
Thank you.
I do
Cards?
have one card on this item from Ward Habriel.
Thank you again. And yes, I highlighted this because, I did specifically ask just a couple weeks ago about Scotch broom, and of course was told it is the property owner's responsibility to deal with that. And since then, it has gotten taller and bigger. But the worst grows of Scotch broom are on property that have been vacant since it was cleaned up after the fire. And there's nobody going there to do anything about it. If that's the reason we have our next worst fire, the blame's on you. Not that homeowner that's not here and ain't coming back. It's on you. You know about it. He's told you about it. Somebody here has to do something about it. We can't wait. I want to deal, though, specifically with some of the things that, and I don't know if you can pull this up, on the town's website, if you click on code enforcement and you get that page up, under resources there for dealing with issues, it says that you can do recycling through CalRecycle, and they refer you to NRWS for CRV returns. That's not true. They're closed. It also refers you to NRWS for hazardous materials. That's not true either. So you know what's happening is people are putting their hazardous material, fluorescent tubes and other things in the garbage. That's not good. That's really not good. And you know, just a few years ago, we were the community that was bragging about getting Butte County up to 50% level of recycling. Now, we can't do that because NRWS is closed. Part of the problem too is that we put the cart before the horse in people cleaning up their properties. You clean it up, what do you do with it? What do you do with it? I mean, if you clean the properties well, it's way more than a brown can full, and you can't run down to American Way and get rid of it. That's a shame on us. The best thing about this town for a long time was NRWS and the recycling facilities that they provided to us. Being able to do that was a huge, huge benefit. Well, let's see, what would the alternative be? Instead of one brown can on a property, give them 10 and make them pick those up. Even so, a lot of properties, you look around town, in 1 week's time, you could fill 10 brown cans real easily. If you can't fix that, that problem's on you. NRWS was a service this town needed, we encouraged, we were happy to have them, and now we don't. Not having the recycling yard and a way to get rid of this debris is easy. Also, on the website there, it refers you to where you can get rid of lumber. Well, guess what? Neil Road does not take pressure-treated lumber. But where do you suppose builders today are getting rid of it? They're just hiding it in with other debris, and it goes there. It's a toxic material. It's not supposed to go to landfill. When you dump and it's mixed in a load, they don't pull it out because they don't see it. It's buried in with other stuff, maybe in a black bag too. That, to me, is a problem. And you know my background. I'm not happy about stuff like that. We have some specific examples on some specific properties where the people there, and maybe some of them are under code enforcement observation already, where what they would be disposing of on the property where they're living is not acceptable, both from a health and safety standpoint, but also from the kinds of materials. The 7104 Pence Road that I provided pictures to you with several months ago, it was 15 months before that was finally resolved. And that was not only Tony's citations, but CAL FIRE as well. CAL FIRE shut them down when they started a wood-burning fireplace in the kitchen sink in an RV. We have a lot of work to do. I would like to have more of us bragging about how good things are getting. By the way, you ever listen to KPA Radio Thursday mornings? We have an excellent voice on the radio Thursday mornings. And you know what? Everybody should be proud of her. Thank you, Katie.
So before we go to the consent calendar, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Let's take a 30-minute break.
Let's not.
No, I want to get home before breakfast.
This has got to stop. These 2-hour things.
I'm just
Which,
That's item.
Aye.
okay. So item 2, consent calendar, and we are removing item 2I from the consent calendar. So with the exception of that, I'm looking for a motion for the consent
I
calendar.
move consent calendar approval.
Second.
Motion by Boland, seconded by Jones, excluding 2I. Roll call vote, Councilmember Boland.
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon.
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item 4,
No, you need to take 2I.
I'm sorry, okay.
2I. Perfect. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening. So we went through an exclusive, or sorry, this thing is echoing, so I'm going to step away from it a little. We went through a quite extensive process of selecting a new firm for the town, for the attorney services, which through that process, we, as a town, selected Cole Huber, which is the contract that you have on the consent calendar today. There is one item, though, that we would like to modify, which was on the contract, modify the contract to reflect, and that is for the firm to actually start as of tomorrow, May 12th, on one specific project, and that was the abatement of the hazardous trees. The hazardous tree program is winding down on the state program, and as you heard today, we have done a tremendous amount of work to get the abatement list down. But we need to get the abatement started ASAP so that we can continue moving on the FEMA funding side of things to make sure this gets processed. Our firm that was selected has extensive knowledge in the abatement process, and instead of getting a firm on board for that as a third party or using our current attorneys, which really it would be a capacity issue for them to take it on, we reached out to Scott Huber here to ask if that was something that they would be willing to take on, which they agreed to. So with that, the agreement has, and you've got presented with the exceptions, that they would be starting May 12th with the hazardous tree removal abatement, and all other services would start as of July 1st. I don't know if you want to talk about it.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. We appreciate the opportunity to be here, and certainly are proud to have been selected on behalf of the town to serve as your town attorneys. As I mentioned in our interviews, you've got a tiger by the tail. We'll hit the ground running. We'll go as fast as we can, and we will not leave you hanging. So we'll do our best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
So this looks like we got page 1 of.
It's one of the contract. That's the only page that changed based on the remaining portion of the contracts in your agenda.
3 in the packet.
In your agenda packet.
Okay.
I would like to ask for another change to this.
Okay.
Given all of the discussion that we had about RV abatement and the expertise that the new firm has with that, I would like to add that to the work that they would start tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, we have a verbal agreement.
So that sounds good to me. I got a question though so tree abatement, all right? So the state program is doing any tree that'll fall in the public right of way. All right, and so we're talking about the people that didn't sign up for that and didn't self-clear?
That is correct.
What about, this is not about the back 40 trees?
This is not about back 40 trees. Yep, this is only
Okay.
tier 3
Yeah,
abatement of
because the
those
back
trees.
40 trees, we're looking to maybe get funding for that and get a
Correct.
program going for that.
That is correct.
But there's probably people in the back 40 that have not signed up for an ROE too, correct?
There's probably people who have tier 3 trees that have not signed up and back 40 trees have.
Well, but the back 40 trees aren't.
They're
even
they're
offered.
theirs, right, yeah.
Right.
You only have an opportunity to sign up.
Yep. So the answer to your question, tier 3 and that have not signed up for the government program and then not self-abated, correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
That was it.
So I'll make a motion that we approve with the addition of RV abatement to this first paragraph.
At a reduced
I'll
rate.
second.
The motion by Jones, seconded by Crowder, to adopt Resolution 21-21 with the changes that began on May 21st with the abatement of hazardous trees and RV abatement as well. Okay, roll call vote. Councilmember Bolin?
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder.
Aye.
Welcome on board. Good to have you.
Welcome.
Now the fun begins.
The last chance.
So item 4, public communication.
I have one card from
I
Tanner
bet I know who from.
Dowse, who has been very patient.
And I'd like to make one
That is
request.
true.
I know it's supposed to be 3 minutes, and I think it's something important that he wants to share with us, and I'd like to indulge him for a little bit longer if we
Best
could.
part of the meeting.
Here, move that keyboard, just throw it on the ground.
Oh, okay. Well, here, I'm gonna bring this up to you guys.
Okay? Do I have to?
A rough mock-up of the
Take your
game
mask off while
so far. Okay.
Tanner, it's easier to hear you.
So, I am finally presenting to you guys my game, Paradise-opoly. And actually, I have a few more things I'll hand to you guys, some of the cards. I've been working on this for a couple of years now. Months out of the fire.
No, you pass them down.
Do I get 4 o'clock?
Always class warfare with Woody.
Thank you.
Oh, I got that little homeless camp in Chico.
Thank you so much.
Oh, turn off the microphones.
So basically, yeah, I started this idea a couple of years ago to just in a big, it was a response to the fire, and was playing games with my family, and just wanted to do something in that moment, in that sort of emotional space to commemorate the town that we knew before the fire, and also just combined it with an idea that I could raise some money from it and turn it into a nonprofit venture. So with the company sales I have from this game, I'm going to be donating 100% of the net profits to local organizations and efforts to go back to rebuilding. It started as an idea to make a game, which I didn't really know what that would entail. It's not my industry. This is a whole new venture for me, and it's just turned into a huge project. And my style was, if I was going to do it, I was going to do it right. And I knew that if it was done right and done beautifully and incorporated what should really go into it, it would be popular and it could be profitable. And just be something that could be a great keepsake for years for people down the road. And so I started a Facebook group. I took a lot of involvement from the town, grew to hundreds of people giving suggestions, that I would take all their suggestions and compile them into votes so that everything was, it was a community process to decide what would go on the board, what would be included in the game. I couldn't, I knew from the beginning it was going to be too much for me to try to make those decisions on my own. Just, coming from one generation, one viewpoint, it needed to be everybody. So that was a pretty special part of the process. And I think it can be even educational for kids and people that aren't from the area that move, that are new residents. And each card has a little story and explanation of what everything is on it, and there'll be a whole booklet included with it that's that has all kind of the same thing going on with it. Just teaching what you're seeing in the game, especially if you're not familiar with everything, then you're not going to see a property and not know what it is. It'll actually tell you everything about it. So I think even locals are going to learn things about the history of the town from this game. So I'm in the middle of a crowdfunding campaign, a Kickstarter campaign right now with about 9 days left to go. I've raised about $53,000 to date in pre-orders, which is about, it's probably somewhere around 650 units that I've pre-ordered so far. I still have about 35,000 to go in my funding goal. And it's an all or nothing funding goal, so I have to reach that goal to get the money to be able to finish, basically finish the last of the design and artwork, and then put it into production and get it manufactured and get it into shipping to customers. And my goal is to have it out by December for the holidays, and then continue on with sales. And
How much is it?
$50 is the pre-order price right now, and then it's going to be $59 retail, but I'll probably be able to bring that down over time. That's just sort of where my costs are as an independent developer on this and an independent publisher, and actually just going forth with factory production in China, freight shipping over here, warehousing, shipping. I originally thought it would be just a couple hundred games I might sell, but it grew into, I think, the potential for thousands. So I've formed a company around it. I have an LLC that will run and manage the whole process, which is me right now.
So I tried to buy your wood board. And could not make that app that you're using work. I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Is there some other way I can do it?
No, I mean, right now it has to be through the Kickstarter, all of our
I couldn't
initial
make it work.
pre-orders.
I don't know if there's other people out there, but
There's a couple people having some issues, and that is a tricky part of the process. It's pretty, it should be pretty simple, just a sign up and pay kind of thing. But there are some that are having issues, so you're welcome to reach out to me on the Facebook or any of my sites, my contact forms.
The trick is, because I was able to purchase that one, the wooden board.
Woody's in.
You have to go into Kickstarter. You have to log into Kickstarter to buy the board. You can't do it through the other Facebook or the other. There's links there, but
I tried to do
That's
that.
probably what
It
she's
just
talking
wouldn't
about.
work.
Yeah.
I was able to do it. And there are, by the way, Greg Bowen, there are different funding levels, up to, 2,000, 5,000.
Yeah,
A person,
so-
a company, or an individual could.
What are you saying, Rudy?
I'm just saying that,
I thought everybody said he was going for the 2,000.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
I went for the 550.
Could you give me your contact and I'll try
Absolutely.
and call you?
Of
Because
course.
I would like to
I'd be
contribute.
happy to help. Yeah, it'd be great.
Give us all that.
So this is a
Okay.
great game, but for old people,
Yeah, so I do want to make
if there was some
a
little thing where I can
Braille?
look at it with my phone and
It'll-
it could be expanded.
You just need a magnifying glass.
there's
We have a couple.
a monocle that comes with it for Woody. No, actually, those cards are temp, and they will be quite a bit bigger, actually, than even like a normal size Monopoly card. So making some different.
Woody size.
Actually, and I haven't even shown you.
That's the card size down there we looked at. Oh.
These are.
The board is a card size.
These are just what Woody's got
All
there.
the
Is,
dice should be 7-Eleven. They should all, just no matter how you roll, they come up to 7-Eleven.
Right.
Oh, just.
so these are the game pieces, and again, these were all voted on and chosen by the community, and these are just 3D printed prototypes, but they'll all be all metal cast pieces, kind of oversized from a normal Monopoly set. So I like that. I think they'll be really detailed, and what were the houses and
So
hotels.
is this a sample of the Monopoly?
That's the log cabin. So instead of houses and hotels, you
Any
have.
bigger than that?
No, that's the size of the log. That's an actual like a house or a hotel. What used to have been those.
Cool.
So not to rush you, but
Sure.
in about another minute,
Yeah,
can we
no.
wrap it up?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
So if you can get us all your information, I'd like to spread the word. I mean, my kids have
Of
talked
course.
about it, and I don't know what they're talking about, so now
Yeah.
I know.
And one idea I had behind this, and one hope, was to get an official sort of endorsement of the game from the town, and just some maybe unofficial title of official board game of paradise would be a hope or a dream of mine, and I could actually just use that in marketing and on the packaging, and really nothing more than just a support and an endorsement from the town that this is truly a community-built representation of the town that we love and that we want to remember.
We can't take action on any
Sure, of
public
course.
communication,
Yeah, that could
so
be
that would
discussed
have
later.
to come back.
Of course.
Come back to that, but.
Yeah.
And I asked Kevin about it, can we can't really endorse something, can we? But can we? Well, it depends on which one we want to get.
He's looking it up right now.
We'll have Woody call you.
Thank you very much.
We'll work on it. We could individually.
So are you gonna have some that are like souvenir game boards and stuff that are gonna be really nice, and some that are just gonna? Sweet.
Oh, it's cool. Yeah.
Well, make sure we get your information, please. So,
Individually, we can endorse it, so you can certainly use my name as a councilman to endorse it. The board's over there. Mark's trying to put a new road on it.
Thank you, Tanner.
thanks for your patience, that's great.
So, item 6B, review of fiscal year 2019-20 financial statement by our new Administrative Service Director, Ross Gold. Sit down, Kevin.
All right. And good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm really just introducing our auditors to this process. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Introducing our auditors. Munn, I wasn't too involved in the audit process itself this time around, but looking forward to being involved next time. So I will go ahead and kick it off over to Brad to present the results from the audit.
All right. Thank you, Ross. Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're good.
All right. Great. Thank you. I'm Brad Bartels. I'm a partner with Munn CPAs in Sacramento. And I know that everyone's been anticipating this all evening, the exciting audit reports. So you saved the best for last. So glad to do that. So I've got a brief summary of our audit results of the audit of your June 30th, 2020 financial statements. I'm going to see if I can share a presentation with you, so bear with me for just one moment, and let me see if I can pull it off here. And let's see.
Good job. That's it.
That's it. All right, great. Yeah, look at that. We can figure out technology after all these years. Okay, so we are talking about the audit of your financial statements for June 30th, 2020. And just want to remind everybody that the financial statements are the responsibility of management of the town. Even though as part of our audit, we do prepare the draft of the financial statements, but they are not finalized until your management reviews and approves that draft and puts their edits and comments into it. And we are really just engaged by you to, as the auditor, to form an opinion on the financial statements and provide those opinions. And I'll go through those opinions in just a few minutes. So just to summarize the audit process, way back in August of 2020, we started our planning for the June year-end audit. And so we do a couple of planning things. We do a risk assessment, where we just try to get to know changes at the town during the year-end audit. So we do things like read the council minutes to see if there's major decisions that happened during the year that would impact the audit. And we talk with management and just find out what big things have happened, what new funds are there, what new activities, that make sure we're working on the right things and testing the right things. We do take a deep dive into the internal controls related to the financial reporting of your town's financial statements. There's 4 key internal control cycles that we look at. We look at revenue and how the town records revenue and cash receipts to ensure that there's proper controls for receipt of cash and revenue and how it gets recorded into your town's financial statements. We take a look at expenses and cash disbursements. Money going out is a big risk, to make sure that it's going out to proper vendors or to proper customers. So we make sure that there's proper controls in place for review and approval of bills and invoices. to make sure that someone's looking at them to make sure that it's for a legitimate expense and being paid to a vendor that's been properly approved by the town. We look at payroll and human resources, and really we're looking at that as payroll is a large part of the town's expenses. We want to make sure that there's good controls in place for when employees are hired, that their salaries and wages are properly reviewed and approved, that payroll changes in the payroll system are getting properly approved and entered. And then finally, for financial reporting, we want to understand how the town's finances are gathered and prepared by your finance department, and how the year-end close process takes place to make sure that all proper year-end closing entries are made and the financial statements that are provided to us for audit are as complete as they can be. We also take a look at any prior year findings and recommendations we have from the prior year audit, and we do follow-ups on those to make sure that they've been implemented or not. Now, when that's all said and done, then we waited a few months to let your finance team get the finances closed and the year-end closed. So in the January and March timeframe is when we did the actual audit work, when we were looking at the actual numbers. And this involves a number of different procedures that you see bullet pointed there. Not going to go into any great detail on those, but we're basically actually testing the numbers finally and making sure that the numbers that are in the financial statements in front of you are fairly stated and there's no material misstatements. When that's all said and done, we go into the drafting of the financial statements. And once those financial statements are drafted, they go through several quality control checks here in our office. A manager prepares them, I review them, and then it goes to a second partner review before it ultimately gets to the draft that your finance team reviewed. And the other big part of the audit is the single audit over your major federal programs, and I'll talk about those here in a few slides. When we're all done with the audit, there's a number of opinions and reports that are issued out, and so I'm going to go through those here one by one in very brief statement here. The first one is the auditor's report on the financial statements themselves. There's 4 different types of opinions that can be issued, and the opinion on your financial statements for the town is a clean, unmodified opinion, and this is the same type of opinion that you're accustomed to seeing in past years. Then, because we have to perform the audit under government auditing standards, there's a second audit opinion that's more on the back of the financial statements. And this audit opinion is under the governmental Yellow Book audit standards. And really, these audit standards require that we are looking for any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in the town's financial reporting controls and processes. And there were no financial reporting deficiencies that we found under the Yellow Book standards, so that government auditing standards opinion is a clean opinion. And then the third opinion that we issue is the single audit opinion for our audit procedures over your major federal programs that we're required to audit. Now, we're not required to look at every single major federal grant that you get. We're only required to look at what are major federal awards. And so the one that we looked at for your June 2020 year end was the Home Investment Partnerships Program. And during our audit procedures there were no compliance exceptions that we noted, and we had no other internal control recommendations related to our audit procedures over that major federal program. So the single audit opinion, which is the third opinion in your financial statements, is also a clean opinion for June 2020. There's a letter that is provided to the council, which are some required communications, and the bullet points of that letter require us to discuss our review of the accounting policies and estimates in the town's financial statements. It was a good year as far as accounting standards. There was nothing new that needed to be adopted for June 2020. And then there are significant estimates that we take a look at as part of the financial statements, and those significant estimates that are really critical are depreciation expense on your capital assets, and then the OPEB and the net pension liability. And we look at those because there's a lot of assumptions and judgment that go into calculating those estimates, but we didn't have any recommendations or changes as to how the town finance team calculates those estimates and records those estimates in the financial statements. There were approximately nine adjustments provided, made to the original trial balance that was provided to us. There were also what we call 2 uncorrected misstatements, which were errors that we identified as part of the audit, but they weren't significant enough to record in the financial statements, but they were large enough where we needed to bring them to council's attention. And the last letter that was issued was a management letter, just of some lesser internal control findings that we noted during the course of the audit. So there were 4 recommendations that we identified and put in a letter to management. And those are summarized right here. We had a recommendation for a cybersecurity training program to be kind of make sure that the town employees have appropriate cybersecurity training at least once a year. We noted that there was some inconsistent evidence of review and approval for credit cards by various people who are supposed to review and approve credit card transactions. And there were just some adjustments to prepaid expenses and bank account reconciliations throughout the year. None of these management letter findings had any impact on the financial statements. So as I said before, your financial statements still have a clean audit opinion. These are just recommendations that we see as part of the other cities that we audit and just best practices that we think your finance team could implement going forward. And so just to summarize, all the audit opinions are unmodified, clean opinions. There are no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in your internal controls. There were no compliance exceptions in any of the grants that we looked at as part of our single audit. There were 4 management letter recommendations that we provided to management, and there were 9 adjustments posted to the trial balance that ended up in the financial statements that were presented to you for final approval. So that is my final presentation there. So I will try to get out of the screen share here, and there we go. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, so thank you.
I just have 2 quick questions. On the pension obligations, it's around 10 million. Do you, in your experience, is that high, low, normal for a town our size?
You know, it's probably in the middle. Those pension liabilities they vary because of various reasons. That liability could go up and down because of how much money the town has funded into the pension. It can go up or down based on investment rate of return projections. It could change based on the actuaries' projections of the lives of the people who are going to be paid out on that pension if those projected lives go up or down. So there's a lot of different liabilities that can go into it. So I would say yours is in the middle. It's not the highest I've seen, and it's not the lowest. So there's nothing with that pension liability that causes us to think there's anything wrong. It's just a number that's calculated, and but it is the correct number from all the actual reports and the work we looked at. But there's nothing wrong with that number from our experience in auditing other towns and cities approximately your size.
Okay. And then the other question is, under capital assets at year end, you have infrastructure at 16 million. What does that infrastructure, what's composed in that?
You know, I don't have the specifics of that in front of me right now, so I couldn't comment on the specific details of that, but I'd be happy to look into the details and get back to you on that once I had a chance to look into specifically what that number makes up. But I apologize, I don't have those details in front of me at this moment.
Okay, thank you.
Question? No. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Did great.
We need a motion for staff recommendation, which is to receive and file the report. I'll make such a motion.
I'll second.
Go ahead.
Motion by Jones, seconded by Crowder. To approve the audit, roll call vote. Councilmember Boland.
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones.
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon.
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder.
Aye.
Thank you.
So item 6C, consider reviewing and improving Town Paradise 140 investment policy. Ross.
All right. Good evening again. The item you have here is just a review of our investment policy. Per the policy, it is required to be reviewed and approved annually by the council. I kind of jumped into the details of the policy, and I don't have any recommended changes at this point in time. So this is really just kind of an informational item, maybe for the new council members, and more of a review and update for those of you who have been here for a while longer. The last time this was approved was back in August of 2017, so I thought it might be helpful to just kind of go through some of the highlights of the policy. So after going through the policy, we will be asking for acceptance of the policy as it currently is. Go to the next slide. All right, so one of the key points in the policy that I'd like to point out is the objectives that it lays out for our investment portfolio. So I'll go through the eight objectives that are laid out, and these are in order of importance from the policy. So the first and foremost objective is safety, and this basically just stipulates that the investments must be of very high quality and that they would be considered extremely safe and conservative. The next is liquidity. So this basically stipulates that our investments should be invested into liquid or short-term securities that can be converted to cash as necessary to meet disbursement requirements. So this objective just ensures that our cash flow is available to meet our operating and capital expenditures. The third objective following safety and liquidity is yield. So once those first two objectives are met, we'll then look to maximize our return as much as possible. Those I would consider kind of like the three key objectives that are laid out in the policy. The fourth is maturity. This one just basically limits us to investing in investment vehicles that mature within 5-year time frame. And you'll see that a little later on when we look at the specifics of what we can invest in. The fifth is diversification. So this kind of stipulates the types of securities and the terms of maturities that we can invest in. And you did see that in the quarterly report that Meter Investments presented earlier, all the different categories of investments that we're in currently, and then those various terms of maturity leading up to that 5-year maximum. The sixth objective is prudence. So this just emphasizes the fact that those that have the authority to invest are trustees of the money that they're investing. And it ensures that we're acting with care, skill, and prudence with those investment decisions that we're making. With that promotes the public trust, which is the seventh objective. And then finally, non-discriminatory objective just ensures that we're not promoting any discrimination in the investments that we're choosing. Go to the next slide. All right. The next key point I wanted to focus on the investment policy are the reporting requirements. So we're actually meeting the first requirement now, which is an annual review of the policy. This is per government code section 53646. So this will just be an annual occurrence where I will be constantly review that policy and then present any changes as needed to council. And then secondly, there is a quarterly reporting requirement. This is per California Government Code section 53607 and 53646. So I listed here the 16 requirements that are needed to be met quarterly. And I'll be working with Meter Investments to make sure that those reports that are sent out quarterly include all 16 of these components. Next slide.
There's the board right
there. Oh. Okay. So next, I just wanted to focus on the protection of assets that the policy lays out. The first is our internal controls. This just ensures there's a procedural system within the town to protect the assets and ensure the accuracy of the information that's being reported on a quarterly basis and annually within our financial statements. The next is external controls, which requires our external auditors to review our investment activity and ending balances in conjunction with a financial audit. The policy also stipulates the qualifications of dealers and institutions with which we're allowed to make investment transactions with. And then it also lays out the delegation of authority. So the town treasurer is primarily authorized, and in the event that the town treasurer is absent, the town manager then has the authority to invest. And then lastly, it also does cover ethics and conflicts of interest. So the employees that are involved in those investment decisions are required to basically disclose any conflicts of interest with the decisions that they're making with the investments of the town. I don't think this is working.
Well done.
All right, and the last slide here, I just wanted to kind of point out the authorized investments and diversification requirements per the investment policy. So I just kind of had, this table below is actually directly from the investment policy and just lays out kind of a summary of the requirements imposed by California Government Code Section 53601. And that code section is actually included at the end of the policy in its entirety. A couple things that I think are important to note that I mentioned earlier. First is we are limited to a maximum maturity of 5 years. And then we are also limited on the percentage of different types of investments that we can invest in. So for an instance, you can see here mutual funds about halfway down the table. We're limited to 20% of our total investment portfolio to be invested specifically in that vehicle of investments. And that actually does it for my update. I'll be happy to answer any questions if there's any on the investment policy.
I move acceptance.
Second.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Culleton, roll call vote. Councilmember Bowler?
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder?
Aye.
Thank you.
So, item 6D, Katie Simmons, consider awarding the contract for reseeding design and scoping plan.
Good evening, council. Is this working yet? Nope. So I am here tonight to provide you with an update on the reseeding hazard mitigation program and our recommendation to approve River Partners as the consultant for the design and scoping plan. The project was recently awarded $53,000 for the completion of the design and scoping plan, which would essentially do the following. Next slide. It would allow us to develop a planning team for input from the community. It would perform an assessment of the reseeding areas and methods, so looking at seeding mixes for rights-of-way and publicly owned properties. And it would be the completion of reseeding recommendations for homeowners, which would include species recommended for sort of the status that the town finds itself in, kind of post-hazardous tree canopy, and the various defensible space zones. Next slide. When the town submitted this hazard mitigation project, it was in anticipation of the removal of a lot of our tree canopy and our need to control erosion, weed growth, and to beautify the town. So we're really grateful for this opportunity, and we did send out an RFP. We received 3 responses, SWA, Helix, and River Partners, and you can see the bid review committee. So we were pretty strategic in putting together the committee to review the bids and thinking about the participation we would have from other agencies as we put this plan together. So we had the Paradise Recreation and Parks District represented, the Butte Fire Safe Council, a member of their staff and a member of their board, and then we had a couple of us from the town of Paradise. Next slide. So we are recommending River Partners to complete the design and scoping plan for reseeding in the town of Paradise for a couple of reasons. They are already in partnership with the GIC, which would save us a lot of time and expense in terms of recreating a lot of data sets that the GIC already has, as they are a provider of this information to the town already. They have expertise with grant-funded projects and are very attuned to the work that we're doing with hazard mitigation. They're aware of the mutable environment in Paradise, and what I mean by that is they understand how our ecology is really changing as the hazardous trees come down. They're tracking the recovery progress as a local service provider. They're in contract. They actually have an office located in Chico, and they're in contract on a number of projects here in the North State, and they have a desire to be a long-term partner in recovery. And with that, that completes our recommendation to go with River Partners for the design and scoping plan for reseeding in the town of Paradise.
I have a question.
Sure.
Financial impact says it costs $53,000 and something to do this study or whatever they're going to do here. And so FEMA will pay $40,000. So then we're going to have to fork out $13,000 plus. It says the town may pursue disaster recovery funding for this share if the project is eligible. How do we know if it's eligible, or why don't we know whether?
So the requests for projects for DR funding have not opened up yet, so we actually haven't been able to apply yet. But we're continuing to look for sources to offset the match the town has for hazard mitigation grants.
So if we approve this, we're going to cost us $13,000.
Maximum, yes.
And so this isn't to plant anything. This is just to do a study, come up with a plan.
This would be the design and scoping plan, and then what we do with this plan, similar to what we did with early warning system, is once we have the plan, then we submit it back to hazard mitigation for the next round of funding to do the reseeding.
So this is to reseed stuff.
Right, so the process is the same.
The process
Yeah.
is the same as the early warning
Okay,
system.
well, but, and so my understanding is this is so like reseed public right-of-ways?
Correct.
Which we currently can't even take care of. We currently don't even, they're some of our biggest non-compliant issues. So we want to put trees back into, or grasses back into public right-of-ways?
Oh, yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
So I have to disagree with you on that one because we are taking care of them, yes. So this.
I'll show you pictures.
Okay, but we have taken care of many of our public right-of-ways. But this is a project that is to reseed those public right-of-ways. That will help with weed control and with erosion control. So this is to help with that issue of what we're dealing with based on that the tree canopy is no longer there.
I don't understand, you know, I mean, I can take, yeah, I know, I'm not trying to dog Public Works, they're doing the best
They are doing a great
can
job,
with the
yes.
limited crew they have. But I also know that I drive around, I see a lot of public right-of-ways that are not.
But we got a lot of hand crews out there too that are doing a
Well,
really
we're
nice
gonna plant-
job.
I mean, they're overgrown with weeds and one thing or another. And we're gonna plant grasses, seeds or whatever in these areas.
We don't know what we're going to plant yet until we get the plan done. But the plan is to allow us to maintain those in a better
I can't
fashion.
plant anything around within 5 feet of my home
Okay,
unless it's fire resistant.
okay.
So you're gonna reseed the public right-of-ways with, that doesn't say this is gonna be fire resistant. You know, in other
We
words,
would
I've got
ass-
restrictions on me,
You can.
on my property that, I mean, that just is not one of these things that I think is a really high priority.
So, yeah, as Kevin is saying, definitely, River Partners is going to come in with all of those concerns that you have in mind, understanding that we have to find the right seed mix to help us control weed growth. And those will be the recommendations for private property owners as well.
This will include trees, not just seeds, though, right?
The reseeding plan will help us understand what type of environment we're planting in these spaces, but when we actually apply for the next round of hazard mitigation grant funds for the implementation of this plan, my understanding is they don't fund planting trees, they only fund other kinds of seeds. So if we are going to plant trees, we'll have to look for other sources to do that with.
Well, that's really interesting. That's
I was
weird.
surprised to learn that as well.
I
But
don't
the-
want to see us only plant seeds. People want to see trees come back to the ridge.
And that's where I think the partnership of this program really affords us other opportunities. So PRPD, for example, has received a number of grant funds specifically for replanting trees. And if they're working with us on this plan for rights-of-way and publicly owned properties, it's possible that we can work together on that.
So the plan will include trees and seeds, but the next hazard mitigation thing will only fund the seeds.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Is this really a critical thing? Is it like there's some time limit on, if we don't apply for this now, there's no money later?
Well,
Shake your head, yeah.
there's only, we haven't had our big rain. We did right after the fire.
Yeah.
And that was a mess because of all the fire damage and everything. You get another 80, 100, 120-inch year,
Yeah.
you're going to see this place just mud up like you have not seen. And I've been here before when that's happened.
Yeah, I have too.
And if we don't do something now, this is going to be a huge erosion issue.
Okay. but
And
this
we're going to be
is just a
responsible.
study, So this is not anything that's gonna happen for winter.
But that, you have to do this before you go to the next step.
Yeah.
And the other thing is you have to kind of plan ahead and plant things ahead because it's going to take them a while to grow. So I agree with.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm just saying that, but that reality, I mean, we're gonna spend this money now, get the study done, and they're gonna, and I don't know, what's the timeline on this thing? How quickly will they do this?
So we're asking for them to complete the study within 3 months after contract is signed.
So, And then we got to look for money to do it.
Then we'd apply for grant funds, yep. So for fuels management, for sure, this is exactly what you're talking about, which is we're anticipating the removal of these hazardous trees, which is already occurring, right? And then we're going to go into the back 40. This will be to help us manage fuels in town over the long term, control weeds, keep the soils from washing away during the rains, and all of those types of
The
things.
thing that we've had in the past, we've had trees that have dropped leaves and needles and stuff and has given us a cushion on our ground. We don't have that anymore. I mean, it's gonna be pretty
Messy.
ugly. If we get a big rain, it's gonna be a mess.
And the other thing is our wind conditions, which everyone here knows have totally changed. So that's gonna change a lot of what
And
we
dust is
can
flowing everywhere
plant
because.
and how it's gonna grow and.
And we want to be proactive in helping private property owners understand how to replant their lots. So that's why the educational campaign and the outreach component of this will help us be a provider of information for them, but also encouraging them to take the steps that we are to manage the fuels in town long term.
I move approval.
I second.
Motion by Jones, seconded by Tryon. Roll call vote. Councilmember Bolin?
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton?
Abstain.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder?
Aye.
Thank you.
No more PowerPoints, Kevin.
I don't do PowerPoints.
So are you,
I was just going to make sure Garrett was on the line. He is going to be handling the next one, so
We're done.
go ahead and move to the next.
so you want to go,
To the defensible
Okay.
space.
so item 6E, upon conclusion of public discussion of this agenda item, adopt the recommended action or an alternative action. Chief Garrett Solon.
Yep, Garrett, can you hear us? Okay, good. Thanks.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Appreciate the opportunity to do this virtually tonight. So bringing back to you here the defensible space transfer of property, specifically Section E. So I'm going to go ahead and upload PowerPoint real quick. Are you folks seeing it?
Yes.
Yes, we got it, yes.
Excellent. Okay. Whoops.
We still see it.
Is it blank?
No?
Yes, it is.
No, it's good.
Oh, there it is.
Transfer.
I don't want
It's only been sitting on my computer for 4 hours. I thought it would be loaded correctly. Please pause with me just for a moment as I try this once again.
Do you want me to upload the one I have, Garrett?
Please, it's only a couple slides. That's probably quicker.
That's 4 slides.
All right, it's up.
We're good.
Okay, and we have the Section E up. The second slide, Dina.
Okay.
Got it.
Yep. Okay, excellent. So after the last two council meetings and discussing this, I spoke with Attorney Moore on the specifics of Section E removal. As we left the last council meeting, it was suggested that we fully remove that section out of the ordinance of defensible space having to do with the transfer of sale of property, as the new public resource code is going to be coming into effect in July. Further consultation, discussion recommended that we add the verbiage that you're now seeing in there so that we have in our ordinance referencing public resource code that the seller of said property would have to comply with it. And if we have any issues in the future, we'd have a avenue to enforce the compliance. So that is why you're seeing that recommended language for Section E in front of you. Next slide, please, Dina.
Okay.
As just to recap, this is to do with the sale of property after AB 38 and the transfer of property between said owner and then buyer, and an agreement. If they did not occur within the first 6 months of the sale of property, the seller would have to enter an agreement with the buyer after that and complete the inspection of their property within 1 year. And that is a reference in the public resources codes, which will default back to they would have to comply with our local ordinances. Next slide, please.
So what we're looking for is adoption of the new Section E as outlined here, and I'm open for any questions from the council.
Question?
I
We
think
beat
that's
this one to
what we
death.
talked about. I
Yeah.
move approval.
The only question I got is where you at with sunlight coming in the window? Not in this part of the world, I'll tell you that. I'll second that.
Motion by Jones.
Busted.
Seconded by
Yeah.
Boland to approve ordinance number 609 and introduce an ordinance amending Paradise Municipal Code, section 8.58.060, relating to defensible space requirements or defensible space requirements. Roll call vote. Councilmember Boland?
Aye.
Councilmember Culleton?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Jones?
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder.
Aye.
This is the first reading of the ordinance, and it will come back for a second reading at the next meeting and then go into effect 30 days after that.
Hope you're having fun. Good job.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thanks,
Good job.
Garrett.
Extra credit for putting his uniform on.
Yeah, really.
Okay, item 6F. Consider approving Second Amendment to agreement between the Town of Paradise and Tetra Tech. Katie Simmons.
Thank you again. Back talking about trees. So this is a request to increase the not to exceed with Tetra Tech by $120,000, which is an estimate we made based upon the monthly expenses from Tetra Tech to provide compliance inspections on private enrolled properties and the courtesy roadside inspections. And this is to help us continue as the government program operates in the Town of Paradise to reduce our overall abatement risk.
So I have a couple questions. I of course, was not here on June 30th, but it looks like we're in a position of we're just about doubling what the original contract was.
Yeah, I also wasn't here when the initial contract was put together, and I did ask a lot of questions because I brought that first NTE to the council for an increase. And I was told that they literally just sort of made a guess when the private program was set up that it would be approximately that much. We did last year, and the council a couple of times actually moved the deadline for completion of the private program, so we knew we were going to be pushing, and also the government program was very slow to start with a long procurement process. So we had to kind of continue to push, and with the government program looking like it's going to end in June or July of this year, we want to make sure the town retains an arborist to continue to press on the abatement risk properties so that we end in a good spot as the government program closes and no longer accepts ROEs.
So I'm kind of looking at this going, okay, so what's changed that we're doubling it? I mean, obviously, our tree count hasn't changed because they're going down.
It's the length of time, I think.
Yeah, it was the length of
Thing I come
time.
up with is
Yeah.
It's just
They
strictly
took
the
so
length of
long.
time.
Well, and I want to say too that I think, I think there was a lot of comparisons between the way the debris program operated and how we thought the tree program was going to operate, and then reality occurred. And with the elongated procurement process, we pushed out the enrollment deadlines, we pushed out the completion deadlines for the private program, and now we still are sitting around, 440 unenrolled properties. It's a bit of the amount of time it's taking to operate this programs, but it's also the effort to get people engaged and enrolled in the programs with a bit of apathy during, while the town is already repopulated. So the motivation is different.
And
So,
Katie,
yep.
is this not a FEMA reimbursable expense as well?
So, yes, this is a FEMA reimbursable expense under our PA project. And what we're going to be doing is ensuring that our abatement expenses are also FEMA PA reimbursable. So what we're going to be doing over the next couple of months, as I said, is really working on lowering our overall abatement risk. And to do that, the town has to retain an arborist because we need to be able to sign off on properties when they're complete, and we need to be able to identify eligible trees to start to package those for the hearings.
Thank you.
Weren't these the people that marked the tree town right away on Pearson Road property that belonged to the secondhand store that got cut down that was a live tree on private property?
No,
There
the,
was Mark
if,
T1, were these the people that marked?
yeah, no, so Tetra Tech has not done any markings of trees. So the rights of way?
Initial assessment
If the answer is no, I just need.
Yeah, it was no, yeah. And Tetra Tech has not done any markings of trees.
What are they, they're arborists, right?
They're arborists, correct.
So they don't, what do they do then?
Yeah, they identify eligible trees. So if someone enrolls in the private program, so we retain Tetra Tech to do the inspections and clearance of properties enrolled in the private program. If someone enrolled in the private program, it's their responsibility to have their trees removed.
And they won't
yeah.
mark a tree. They'll tell you, you have trees that are no good and they have to come down, but they won't tell you which ones.
Well, they will, so now if
They
you're
didn't.
present and you're on property and I'm,
So they'll just determine they're bad, right? They're arborists, right? So it's in a private program.
yeah, so if a property owner is present at the time of the inspection, Tetra Tech will not spray the tree,
Right.
but Tetra Tech will have conversations around this tree. So if you're right, when we were doing courtesy roadside inspections, we were not able, because the volume of properties we were still dealing with, we were not able to identify those. We're at the point where property owners are meeting with the arborists and they're able to say, and I say to the
Good.
property owners,
Well, it's getting better then because
yeah.
it didn't used to be that way.
yeah, no, you're absolutely right. When we had a high volume of properties and we
Right.
were trying to kind of churn through the process,
Right.
but now they are providing those services. Because the difference too is if a property is looked at from the roadside, the arborist never enters that property.
Right.
So they have a different level of access and all of that.
So these were the drive-by things, right? Because I know a friend of mine who has no trees on their property, took them all down. And he got a letter from the town because one of these people drove by and looked at a tree outside of his property on a neighboring property on another street and submitted his address to the town. But that's these people, right?
So Tetra Tech, what's good news about those folks, if they get a letter that they feel is, that they want to, that they feel is incorrect, they call us, and with their permission, Tetra Tech, these arborists who we're requesting the NTE for, will meet them on their property and clear them on the spot. So we're able to clear a lot of properties on the spot when property owners agree to meet them on their property.
I move acceptance.
I second.
Motion by Bolin, seconded by Jones. Roll call vote, Councilmember Bolin,
Aye.
Councilmember
Thank you,
Carlson,
Katie.
Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor Jones,
Aye.
Councilmember Tryon,
Aye.
and Mayor Crowder.
Aye. Okay. Item 7A, council-initiated items. Discuss and consider options regarding a green waste facility. Rose.
So the reason I brought this up is that we are having abatement issues with people getting rid of their grass and brush and things on their yard, but there's not a place here in the town of Paradise for them to take it to. So I'm just looking at options, if there's options available for what we can do to help residents get rid of their green waste.
So Susan's still here. She has some of the cost estimates that were provided by Northern Recycling after it was closed to what it would cost to reopen. So she can present on that. Mark also has some information on some land improvements that need to happen in that site. That was the original site for it also. But we are trying to look outside the box too as a staff. So we have discussed this as a hazard mitigation grant project. So we submitted it in like a scoping meeting to maybe that it might be eligible for hazard mitigation grant funding to help supplement the cost of it. So right now it's on the very low emphasis stages of even discussing it, but we as staff are looking at other ways to try to bring that up at this point in time. But I'll let Susan kind of talk about the cost and then I can have Mark talk about it.
Good evening. So since July of 2019, I believe it was, yes, we've been in contact, staff's been in contact with NRWS about operational costs for the green waste yard. Our first attempt was to submit it to our insurance as a claim because it was a town facility. That didn't go through, so we've been trying to stay updated about what the cost to bring it back online. Currently, their estimate is between $45,000 and $50,000 a month. The majority of that cost is the grinding cost. We have to chip and move every 7 days. We're just a chip and grind facility. We're not a composting yard. So the bulk of the expenses in the grinding, maybe about $10,000 or so is in the labor. That's the other difficulty is even if we gave NRWS the marching orders to reopen, if we found the funding, they don't have the staff right now to operate it. They don't even have all the staff they need to do the regular operations. So that would be the other delay or difficulty with it. But that's their current estimate as of this week, $45,000 to $50,000 a month.
Could you talk about the air curtain burner that we tried?
Correct. So the air curtain burner runs most efficiently when it's running on a 24/7 schedule. And that just isn't feasible with the staffing that we have available to us, nor the amount of material coming
Start
through.
from the beginning, because they don't know anything
Oh.
about it.
I know all about it.
Well, I don't know.
Actually, I kind of do. I read up on it.
Do you? Okay, so
Okay.
we tried that because we thought maybe that would be cheaper than the 45,000 to open the green waste, but it didn't work.
Let me tell you something I know about. What we were currently doing, we weren't bringing the grinder up here anymore. We were transporting. It was just, we were putting it into bins and hauling it down to Old Durham Wood.
Correct.
We had an agreement with them.
Yes.
Okay? So to open that, and then Water Board is the one that has all these regulations that we had to make improvements. If we just did that again, if we can find, whether it's a third-party vendor, and we go talk to Old Durham Wood ourselves and make an agreement with them, or we can just get somebody that can run a loader and somebody that can run drive a semi to haul it down there. We could open it 2 or 3 days a week. Yeah, we'd have to pay. We could reduce that $40,000 to $50,000 cost way down. That was done way back in 2019, and I think there's some options that we ought to go look at. We ought to go talk to some people because I think there's a way to do something like this with our facility, just a transfer station there. Work a deal out with Randy McLaughlin at Old Durham Wood, and then go to Butte Strong or North Valley and say, hey, I mean, the government people, it's going to take a while to go try to get money. So let's go see if we can't ask for some grant money for a one-year thing so we can get through fire season, for crying out loud. So, I mean, we need to, this doesn't need to be on the low burner. We need to ratchet this up and make this one of our higher priorities for the citizens of this town, for our fire safety. I mean, I just think that's important. I would encourage us to have those conversations. I mean,
You're right. In the response from NRWS, they do acknowledge that that they transport the material, or they work with Old Durham Wood for the grinding.
pardon me?
They do acknowledge that they do work with Old Durham Wood to do the grinding. So that price is based on their agreement already with Old Durham Wood?
No, I understand. That was
Okay.
There was a period of time when they would do, is because of the state mandate of 70, they would bring a grinder up here.
Okay.
And grind on site.
Yes.
And the water board got all fussing about the runoff and all the stormwater regs and all. So then what we ended up doing is we just put it in bins and hauled it down there,
Transported.
and it's being ground down there.
You're
He's
right.
got that fully licensed and everything's good there. So if you look at that business model, look at that, there's maybe a way to do it at a reduced cost. And let's go to some of these people that'll get, let's go see if we can't find some money other than just the government. If we get the government money, great. But maybe we should go ask North Valley for, hey, we want to protect ourselves from another fire. I'm just suggesting that, I would talk to Randy, or I don't want to get in the way of staff, look, I would suggest that we really look at doing something like that. Think outside the box, because we're working with old data. And you're right, they don't have the staff, and in a month or two, we're going to be looking at maybe somebody else being in town, and so I don't, there's probably, maybe it's a private public partnership. We own the land and we get somebody that's local, that's got the drivers and the stuff, and, we're gonna have to pay for somebody to work the gate, and you're gonna have to, the expenses are gonna be that, and whether you're open 3 days a week, you don't have to be open 7 days a week, but we need to provide the citizens a place to take them.
And we could even do it for like a season, just a set period of time, like these months we're operating or something.
That's my suggestion, and I'll be willing to help in any way.
So right now, the way that the franchise agreement is written, it is tied to the franchisee. The rights or the obligation to run that yard, but in these upcoming talks about the agreement, that would be a good time if we wanted to look at our flexibility of taking back that and having our ability to use a third party. The timing is right for that. Otherwise, the franchise locks it in with the franchisee.
So I guess part of it is looking at some recommendation from staff too about, do we want to look at, the next or a franchisee looking, or do we do it in-house, or we do it maybe in conjunction with Old Durham Wood? Maybe we can work out something with them just to give residents a little bit of reprieve to make it easier for them to take care of their lots.
And I think part of tonight's discussion is, so I'm bringing information to the council about what the approximate ballpark cost would be to break even to run this, just to run the yard. The information Mark's got is about infrastructure improvements needed to be made to the yard. So we have a true understanding of the total dollar amount that we'll need to be looking to fund, and possibly the time frame.
So, but in your guys' model that you're looking at using the existing place that we used before, and I'm wondering if there's an availability to even look outside of that paradigm and look at something completely different and maybe not even using that site.
If we can make the infrastructure improvements and stay there, it is a time and financial benefit to do so because that site is licensed. We've already done all the reviews for that site. We start from scratch when we go somewhere else.
And it's zoned properly for that.
Everything.
Right. You have to rezone something to do it differently.
So could a private party want to open their own kind of green waste yard in the industrial zone? Sure. But the permitting that's required, the environmental reviews that are required, those are hurdles for them. So if we can keep that yard where it's at and either find a third party, work with a new assignee, look at ourselves, that would be optimal.
Got it.
So if we use the existing yard that we've used historically.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Yes.
and so that, I know when Northern ran it, and that was an add-in to the franchise agreement. It was something outside of the original franchise agreement. When they ran it, the problems with the water board, because we were processing there. It was because we brought the grinder there and processing. That's what triggered all of the water board requirements to have to do all these different improvements. By just doing a transfer station there, by just loading it in boxes and hauling it off, we didn't have to do those improvements. So if we can find if we can find some dollars, and if we can find a lower cost of operation, say 3 days a week during the summer, I mean, to me, that would be, we could do it, right?
If that site was up and running, yes, we could do that. What we need to work with those, if it's not NRWS, if it's not NRWS running it, and it's not ourselves, then we do need to address the franchise agreement. Because we'd have to address that language in the franchise agreement, because it dictates who can run that yard.
That's going to be easy to do. That'll be easy to do.
Could we hear from Mark about?
Yes.
So as has already been discussed, the level of improvements required at that site on American Way depend on the use, and just the chip and grind and moving it quickly is lower. But what we've heard in the past, and as you mentioned earlier, that the water board, it has their eyes on this site. The site actually, I forget the environmental group that actually filed a complaint against.
It's the Sports Fishermen's Association.
Right, and so it just goes to show we have a level of risk exposure by operating that site, something to deal with. But as far as if we were bringing it up to something more than a chip and grind, moving the material quickly, getting kind of the post-construction stormwater standards implemented on that site could be on the scale of hundreds of thousands of dollars with capturing runoff. But if it's quick and it's on and off, from what I understand, how NRWS did it and working with the water board is that they did not have to do those improvements, as you just said, Councilmember Culleton. as far as other options, I'm just trying to think outside the box here. I'm curious if legally, Dwight's still here, if we can issue a request for interest or RFI to private parties that could potentially be interested in using our land and operating a green waste facility, if it's not in our WS, and we change that in the franchise agreement and say, we don't know, I mean, us as staff, we've never operated a green waste facility. So I can't fully comment on the permitting requirements and the exact details of the infrastructure, but I know it's a lot. But perhaps a different private party who does this for a living already might have an interest in the availability of the land, understand the permitting complexities, and can find a way to operate it at a point that breaks even for them, or even make a profit. But it's going to be tough based on what we're hearing on the cost to do that operation here in town.
There's no money in it.
Right.
I think you woke Dwight up.
Yep. We hear you, Dwight.
Yeah, you could legally amend the franchise agreement so as to allow the vegetative waste processing. However, they pointed out that, well, is it commercially feasible? And that's a question, big question.
So, if I'm understanding correctly, it is in our current franchise agreement that they have to operate a green waste yard?
That's correct.
No.
Yes. Yeah, at our direction.
So we leave that in our agreement?
No.
But then they charge us $45,000 a month, which we don't have to pay.
Because they don't have the
So we're not
customers.
giving them that direction.
They don't charge. This stuff was all underwritten. The commercial accounts, when we had a population, underwrote the recycling that goes on at home. The market of recycling's fallen out. We're paying money to get our recyclable materials sent to China and whatever. And that thing never made any money. And that's how it all got funded. It was not part of the original franchise agreement. We added it to them. When it was Waste Management before Northern, they used to operate it for us. I don't know what that agreement was, but there was never a contract. The garbage company always ran it for us. And just like the hazardous house, all the things that are in the franchise that were mandatory, like the household hazardous waste facility, the recycling, those things, as we lost our population, they can't do. And so we're not enforcing them to do it. So even though there may be, and it was an additional clause that was added after the franchise was adopted, even though it's in there, they can't do it.
Street sweeping.
We've allowed them to not do it.
Yeah,
And the
street
county
sweeping.
quit
Well,
funding the house.
and that's why now, because you don't have the population in those commercial accounts to underwrite it, that's why now they've said, if you want us to do it, it's $45,000 a month.
But that number, I'm telling you, is skewed. That's based on them bringing a grinder up here. I'll bet, I'll go find out some other numbers. I'll give them to you guys, Susan and Mark. And then you can tell us about them later.
I'm wondering if it's possible to do some type of a partnership with either Old Durham Wood or the wood farm, or the worm farm.
You know,
The worm farm doesn't.
well, they don't.
So as far as the item in accepting direction, I don't know what our tools are here, Dwight. But if we can issue an RFI, to see what, we can identify our objectives and to see if there's a partnership, and we can contact Old Durham Wood, say we have this RFI, it's due in a month. Send us a proposal and we can bring that before council.
And even with the numbers you have, why don't we submit that number? Say, look, we're going into early fire season in another drought year, and we're the victims of this catastrophe. And so go to North Valley Community Foundation and Butte Strong and say, I need a couple $100,000. I need $250,000 to get through the summer, to open my green waste yard, to make my community safe, serve my citizens. Ask. All they can do is say no. But if we don't ask, I think it's kind of like, it's on us. And so, and you guys are a part of us, so let's, for our citizens' sake, I'm sorry, if you go to Neal Road Dump, which isn't even supposed to take green waste, you're a 2-hour wait any time of the day. And if you go to Old Durham Wood, it's right across the road, and it's, no wait. Drive in, dump out, and go.
It's a challenge.
Anyway, I'll do whatever legwork. I'll find out what I can, and I'll share it.
Sure.
So So anyway, Mark, I mean, would it be a big thing maybe to contact Old Durham Wood and say, okay, we're looking Wednesday, whatever, 3 days a week. We want to do the boxes and get them down to you. How much? I mean, would that be something pretty easy?
That's the easy part. You got to get the boxes, the truck driver and the loader and all. I mean, we don't have that equipment. So there's a lot more to it than
We got
just
some
Durham
of
Wood.
them, but we can also lease it. Maybe that's where the private partnership. Maybe you get DJ or somebody in town that's got it, that stuff. I mean, I agree with Ward Haverhill. It's absolutely remiss of us to not, in this town, to not try to provide some means for the citizens to get rid of this stuff. We're going to take it somewhere else.
But there are means. They're not convenient means. They're further away. They are not within town limits.
The dump isn't even by law supposed to take it. Okay? They're taking
Okay,
it.
Old Durham Wood.
Yeah.
And you're looking at least about an hour round trip for that. And then the other thing with burning, that is another option for our citizens. However, that does have risk that comes with it, with, fire and then also air quality, because they are cutting more and more down on burning. So it would be nice to find some type of an option. I don't really know what that is.
Yeah.
You guys are the talented ones, so.
Well, my last note of a personal professional opinion is based on what we're seeing in town and some of the yards try and open and then close, as we're seeing, it's not a money-making opportunity. It's going to be very expensive to run. The availability of land doesn't seem like the barrier, and that's kind of what we have to offer there at American Way. Land, right? We've done this there before. People are used to it. Beyond that, without a subsidy from the town or some other entity, it's dollars and how to make it work and how to pay for it. So,
Just like we provide police and fire and seed studies and all these other things that we're providing with our funds, isn't this something that we should be providing to? We used to when we had less money.
So, as far as an organizational and a service that we provide compared to police, fire, public works, I mean, that's a broad issue and would require the town manager to give direction and you to do that. I don't know. Yeah, okay.
We should do.
So we're looking for direction from the council at this point in time. We've obviously heard that there's some interest from select members. So from the group, we can put out an RFI looking for that. If you want it to be a budgeted item that you would like to spend the general fund dollars on, we can include that as a budget adjustment in the budget for that amount. Or we can continue looking outside the box to see what other options are available.
Have we ever asked or received money from North Valley or Buttes Road?
We've received quite a bit of money from.
Can we not just? That would be part of it. Ask them again.
We can ask. I don't feel very confident that would come through though. Just from where we've.
It doesn't sound like the government funding is very confident either.
It's probably, I'm more confident on that.
Well, let's ask both then.
Okay.
And we'll take the first money we can get.
Okay.
I'm not comfortable saying that I want it to be a budgeted item when the only dollar amounts we have are $45,000 a month to run it. That seems excessive to me. And I do think that there are fairly local options. People can go to Old Durham Wood. Yes, they have to pay. And yes, it takes them a little bit of time, but it isn't that far away. It's not like police and fire, which is something that for public safety, we have to provide. There are options for people. And I don't think most people think that the town should spend $45,000 a month on this. So from my perspective, I'd like to see what the options are and what the true costs would be, say, given Woody's outline of how he thinks it could work, before I would say I even think it's a priority.
Okay.
Can we do an RFI for that kind of thing? I mean, I don't disagree with you on that. But I mean, couldn't that be part of what the RFA is? Give us an estimate to run a greenway star or something like that?
That's twice in one night.
Okay, will you make a note of that?
I did talk to Doug Spiker too, and asked him if he thought it would be practical if we gave somebody our yard, said, here, would you set up a green waste? And his response was, in the market and what have you today, the only way that's feasible is some way, somehow, it would have to be supplemented by something else. So,
Even when we had it open, there was a gate fee, you know, and so you can get some of the haulers, the commercial guys, the landscapers, you can charge them a different rate. I mean, it's just, and I'm not thinking about those guys as much as the homeowners.
Okay, we got direction, right?
R5 for.
We got direction.
Yeah, okay, so we'll bring that back to council.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna fall asleep if we don't get going.
Thank you.
okay, item 7A2, consider discussion regarding the implementation of additional committees or other ways to promote citizen involvement. Woody?
Can we bring that back at another meeting?
Sure.
Thanks.
Hallelujah.
Okay.
I agree with you, that's a new one.
I'm writing it down. I'm writing that down. We had that in the minutes.
Mr. Mayor, do we want to step back and approve the minutes from the last meeting?
That?
It was,
Yeah,
It was
we'll
on
move
the
everything
Okay,
up.
perfect.
so we're down to council reports?
Yep.
Well,
I will forego my report.
Me
There's
too.
nothing to tell you.
I have nothing to say.
And do you really want to take this tomorrow? Are you sure? Okay, okay.
Good for you. Right on.
I do have one thing to report on, and that's our phone call with DMV. The mayor and I and the town manager were on this phone call with DMV. We're trying to get them to come back to town. It wasn't very hopeful, and I just want to bring people out there listening up to date. What DMV told us is their long-range plan is to reduce their square footage of office space across the state in half and go to a more robust computer system where people could do just about everything online. We aren't giving up, and our lobbyist has some ideas about how we might pursue this, but I'm not really hopeful.
we approved the minutes.
Yep, we did.
Any other reports?
I can give you a list of meetings I went to.
I'm going to forego mine, so
Town manager
town
report.
manager report.
This should only take like 30 minutes, but, no, I just want to bring up one item, and it actually goes to your council initiated item, is that Colette and I are going to start a community relations committee to bringing members of the community in, and we encourage some council members to be present also to just be an outreach, to start the outreach process, to ask how we are communicating, better ways to communicate to them, to really get ideas, go over the website, look at any type of changes to the town seal or town logo that might be in the process, to get buy-in from the community on how that process works. But just to really kind of get a citizen involvement from that standpoint. So I just wanted to kind of bring that up, and that we're going to be initiating
Will
that
they be
here.
able to sign up for that, or are you guys going to?
Absolutely. If you have people that you think would be good for that, please send them my way.
Will
And
it be a
I,
rotating thing, or where different people can come?
yeah, absolutely. It'll be open to the public, and if people would like to show up, they are more than welcome to show up, and we'll just take input from that standpoint. We like to get kind of standing committees or members that would be there overall, but as people would like to come in and join, then we're more than welcome.
I'd like to point out that the 4 workshops Mark talked about this summer also will bring in a lot of citizen involvement.
Absolutely, yeah. So we are doing quite a bit of that. So if there's any questions for me, I can answer them at this point. If not, we can
Meeting adjourned.
get this meeting adjourned.
Does Dwight Moore have sunlight coming through his window?